want these things to be. Prominent plays, songs, poems, and dances. Quote of the day. They say I'm half a man. What does that make the lot of you? Thanks for sticking around, guys. As always, it's a pleasure. And remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. This technology, because it threatens the main source of income for, like, the majority of the people that have control over the people that have control. Scientific suppression. Yes, exactly, right? It's basically a conspiracy for scientific suppression in saying, no, nuclear energy is bad, we must stay on coal. Even though, statistically, coal has killed 1 million times more people than nuclear energy has killed. And that's if you include anyone who has ever died of radiation, including, like, what were they called? The radio girls or whatever they were? The women that they used to use Radion as basically like a glow-in-the-dark paint. So I'm in the exact same boat as you, Sean. We got the mundane and the fucking creative. We are the Sumari, the creators, the people that bring innovation and creativity and breathe life. We twinning again. Exactly, Sean. This is fucking awesome. He can barely unload his ship. He can't pick up cargo because his ship isn't compatible with it. And it's like just to give incentives as to reasons why he needs a better ship. But the fact that it's all under company leased ship means that the company already has standards set up for what this ship can do. And he can't deviate from those standards. We can't win every day. If you won every day, it might feel like you're losing on days that you win because you don't win as much, right? But hey, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome to the new people. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
I guess you're right.
Like Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, but like
consider staying in this game
for adults with all the moral stories and everything, like short stories, just a bunch of short stories.
Run away, or do I let the lurkers?
That's why I'm astounded you guys are here. I'm like, how did people even find my stream?
And he's gonna come up here. And
no idea. I mean, I'm glad. I'm really glad. I mean, I try to go out of my way to promote, but it's just, I don't know what really to do. I was looking for sexy hot tub streamers and got baited by your pick.
And this is going to kill the third base. I think this is where we're going to see GG from Bisu.
Jet fuel, melting steel beams.
I always feel I've got a long way to go, but
and someone bowling a perfect game. By the government of a country that runs with Israel.
I hope that they keep working.
I'm not suicidal, by the way, but if I'm not in chat tomorrow, you know why.
We also couldn't end up with 4 jerks. We could end up with 2 pro.
Leave the pawn in, and it should be fine. Take the pawn out, and the mess comes. It's the yeast that ruins everything. That smell is like a combination of rotten fish and vinegar. I knew it was going to be wild when she showed up to the pub already smashed. Oh, damn, Molly's on a product? I'm upselling the fuck out of this dude. See, he'll buy it. So it's either a waste of game days or it's a waste of my time. It's like, what would I rather waste more? Well, obviously game days I want to save, and I want to waste my own time. When, like, I go to the bungalow and I'm going to have, like, 6 stacks of this stuff set because that's what they do in the bungalow. They package it in the bungalow. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck
What? When did you start smoking?
What's poppin', brother? Levi, we are doing a Sigma test to see what are the chances that if you said 3 million words that you never messed up once. Sigma 5 result is 3 to 10 to the -7 is the threshold. 25 to 30 Sigma result is exceptionally more significant with a probability of 10 to the -130. Effectively ruling out chance under the assumed error rate. Implications. If the claim is true, 0 errors in 3 million words, the suggestion is an extraordinary process. Oh, shit, guys. We're back. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, everyone? Thank you for the follow, Kazoosk. Welcome to the stream, good sir. Chapter 12 posted. Last I checked, 16 views. Nice, Sean. And book buyer. If I have time, I can do that. We will see how it goes tomorrow, because tomorrow's my day off, but I don't get 2 days off in a row, so I just get fucking tomorrow off. So, and plans for tomorrow are reignite Instagram, so I can post my cosplays and stuff. Yeah, we can read chapter 2 today. Sounds like a plan. See if we can get this going real quick. 1 second here. That should be good. But yeah, because like Eggy edited my chapter 1 and I still haven't read it. And when did he do that? Oh god, how long ago was this? May 1st, it was almost 2 weeks ago. It was actually fully 2 weeks ago and I still haven't even looked at it. I have not had any fucking time. But we'll try to make some time and see what happens. Rechecked, 19 views. Nice. That's killer. So today we're going way back, boys. These are old motherfucking videos. We're going back to PNG Tuber. PNG Tuber Timothy here. With hard and soft magic systems. So, the soft magic system's not as important. Like, that's more of a short story route than it is anything. It's still good to have, like, some notes on it. Always forget to fucking plug this thing in. There we go. But the first one might take a bit for the new people to explain the magic system in my book and how it works. And maybe have an example of like trying to think, because I haven't really written any short stories in like extreme fantasy that have any kind of magic or anything like that. How long is the video? I can't tell with my poor eyesight. The first video is 13 minutes and the second video is 13 minutes. So total of 26 minutes, which is like, you know, probably 8 minutes and then 15 minutes of ad. So probably more like 20 minutes. So the first one will take 2 hours and the second one will take 45 minutes. Something along those lines. Because if we're going into the magic system of my book, then we need some, like, references, we need some in-depth insight, we need, understanding. That's probably, like, the most important thing. Because the way that magic works is through consciousness invoked into reality under like an elemental status, essentially. Like invoking some sort of change in the real world that has to do with physics on some level. It usually interacts with manipulation of particles. The more you know about reality and the more you understand reality, the easier it is for you to manipulate magic. And one of the really cool things that I've been worked into it is the use of spell catalysts, which is extremely important to how good you are as a mage, is how well you can use spell catalysts of physical materials to enhance your magic in order to prevent you from using a large amount of mana. So, notes on hard magic systems. Alright, let's take a tote. And let's get it ready, boys! Or should I say chat? I had to start doing that. About feeling, the vocabulary. I'm on kind of a boil all. Usually have a bigger thing than any of you. Well, what can I say? Algorithm loves me. True. It's just something I've been trying to work on. Like, you know. Always good to start early before you create bad habits. And the streak is broken. You jinxed it. You jinxed it. Still putting myself on the table. Nice. There we go. That's more like it. Alright. You guys ready? Let's get into it.
For a lot of things. Vague, often contrived prophecies, gallant, amazingly gifted. Hates of Furies. Fantasy stories are known for a lot of things. Vague, often contrived prophecies.
I will be in and out of chat. Yeah, no worries. Sounds good, book buyer.
With no parents because they're inconvenient for the plot, and lots of mythical races. But arguably, the thing that really sets fantasy apart from other genres is magic. Its role in the world you create, how characters can use it to solve problems, and the problems it can create. Oftentimes, a really unique magic system is what sets one fantasy story apart from another. In writing your fantasy novel, something to think about is how hard or soft you want your magic system to be. Now, we have to thank our Lord and Savior of magic systems, Brandon Sanderson, for popularizing the terms hard and soft, but what do they mean? This video will be delving deep into hard magic systems, so I'll only be lightly touching on what a soft magic system is. But broadly speaking, soft magic systems often have a vague, undefined, or mysterious set of rules and limitations to being used. If you like fantasy, then you've definitely seen this in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Everyone knows Gandalf can do wizardy things with his pointy hat and his staff, but when it comes down to the specific limitations of what he can and can't do, Gandalf tends to skimp on the details. A hard magic system, on the other hand, has clearly defined rules, consequences, and limitations that govern what one can or cannot do with magic. That your hero can use telekinesis, but they can only use it on things they could realistically lift themselves, and the things have to be within 10 meters of them. A great example of a hard magic system is Full Metal.
One of the main things, so let's see, like, let's do aspects of our magic system. Components of catalyst. And the catalyst that allows magic to exist is consciousness. Using imagination to create the impression of what you wish to accomplish, invoking that image through sound to enact a reaction in the real world, and then motion in order to control and manipulate the essence of the magic you invoke. Understanding of the physical world's characteristics. Physics, for example. Basically increases accuracy of effect. So the one main thing that we like to say is, like, for instance, if you're casting, I guess we have the spell components. Because spell components are usually, like, I've never found in a story spell components are like they feel like they're necessary. Like, they're usually a part of the magic itself, but in this case, they're just a means of facilitating an effect. So, for instance, if you want to create a fireball for a fire spell, you could invoke the magic to create a giant fireball, which would cost a lot of mana. Or you could take a flammable substance, take a tiny little spark, ignite the spark, light the entirety of the combustible material, and then control the flames that are created out of it. So you're not actually creating the fire, you're facilitating the ignition of the fire that allows a combustible object or material to spread that fire, and then you control the fire that's created from it. So it's more of an element of control than it is an element of creation. And different spell components will have different, uses. What can you do with this object in the real world, and how does that, help with your spell? If you have, like, for instance, like, I don't know, like metal wire or something like that, and you were like a lightning mage, and you could, like, set a trap by, like, attaching it to, like, I don't know, something, somebody steps on it, you can ignite it with lightning, and it just sends electricity through it. So it's like you don't have to create, or you don't have to facilitate the electricity shooting through the medium of air, right? Which would cost more mana, essentially. Because the more that you're manipulating reality, the more mana it costs.
Alchemist Brotherhood, which, if you haven't seen, has amazing characters, world building, and story structure. If you enjoyed Avatar: The Last Airbender, there's a good chance you might enjoy that.
13 chapters now, almost 45k. Nice, book buyer, that's dope.
Which, trust me, you'll get to know very well as you watch the series, because they repeat it at the start of every single episode.
It is impossible to create something out of nothing. If one wishes to obtain something, something of equal value must be given. This is the law of equivalent exchange.
For example, Alphonse transforms all of the pieces of a broken radio into a working radio. All of the pieces are there, they just have to be put in the right place and order in order to work again. Alchemy never ever breaks that first rule. The viewer knows pretty well what the characters can or can't do in any given circumstance. Now, your story can have a magic system that is anywhere on the spectrum from soft to hard, and both styles have their merits and limitations for different kinds of stories. But let's talk about hard magic today. Sanderson wrote essays on what he calls his 3 rules of magic, but the most important one for hard magic systems is the first. An author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic.
Okay. Solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well reader understands said magic. Hmm. I guess one of the main attributes of, like, magic is things that can't be manipulated, such as turning, like, a physical object into another physical object. Like, you would die from the strain before anything happened, because you would have to literally rearrange every single molecule in its structure in order to change it. So, like, if you knew, I need printer ink, but gotta wait 2 weeks till my birthday, damn. Printer ink's fucking expensive. That's why the impression paper, I find, is, like, way better. It doesn't require ink, it's just, like, imprinted. Like, basically scratch off. Like the way, you know, do receipts and stuff like that nowadays. Fragile, but a lot cheaper. Illusion magic. Because it is, and I have at least 200 pages to print. Damn. How do you say it? It's like, if you knew the molecular structure, laser printers are great, aside from the cost of the special paper. Yeah. If you knew how to molecularly change something, you could technically change it. Like, if you had all the materials there, right? I like my printer for now. If I ever get serious, I'll try a fancier printer that will work better. Yeah. I guess there's kind of really no point, because there's no one in the book who literally understands molecular matter. They just understand effects. Like the elements themselves, right? But for buffs and stuff like that, you know, it's more of a, like, for instance, like haste. Like, a haste spell is dependent on the type of person as well. So, like, your haste spell could, let's say, increase the electrical energy flow to your muscles, allowing your muscles to move faster. It could reduce the weight of your body, allowing your muscles to move faster. It could manipulate the air around you. Night, Sir Ito. I did not get to tell you some info last time. Did you ask for some info last time? I am not sure, Rick. Also, what are we talking about? We are talking about hard magic systems and the magic system in my book. And we're basically outlining why there are certain limitations. And the limitations come down to the fact that you need to understand how the physical world works. And no one understands quantum mechanics, and no one can do illusion magic. And no one understands... mine is complex as fuck. Ours is just as complex as the understanding of the world you want to go to. If you want to literally, I believe, and yes, that, if you want to, like, if you want to turn, for instance, lead into gold, you would have to understand the molecular structure of both elements and how to move those molecules around and break the bonds and create new bonds in order to create a different material. So you would need all of the elements present. So if you could, like, draw oxygen or something or material out of the air or out of another metal to mix a bunch of metals together to create a new type of metal, if you understood the physical features of it. And same with how if you could understand the quantum mechanics and, like, how light works and, like, the, like, cancellation effect, essentially, you could figure out how illusion magic works. But with Husai, he knows that illusion magic is real because everyone sees him as an octopi even though he's human. So he spends, like, half of his life trying to find out how to do illusion magic because he knows it exists and no one's been able to crack it. But he's like, well, I have insight into it because it's literally happening to me, even though I can't tell people about it. And then for like, so most magic is done through the effect of an element because it's extremely easy to do. The most powerful magics can rewrite and reshape reality, but they take like a technological element of it that facilitates mana in order for it to be used. I use science and magic and real world things for SOD magic system, hence magic system. Like in that one anime where the guy who reincarnated made some crystals appear from the stone tablet, even though there is no crystal present. Just by like rewriting the structure of physical materials, right?
Writing is all about how you set up
and yes, your explanation was kind of like mine as well. Yeah. And it's like, basically you have to have an image in your head, and the closer that image is to how it reflects in reality, the more powerful the effect will be and the less mana it will take. And then you use sound to invoke it into reality through consciousness, and then you use motion to move it. But every single character relies on different things. There's like no one way to use magic. Some people think, oh, well, you know, the imagination is the most important part. Some people are like, oh, the movement's the most important part. Oh, the words are the most important part. But really, it's like, what is the what is closest to you as a person? So every single person casts magic differently, but it's basically a song and dance, you know? Some people have sayings that they say. Some people just like mumble words. Some people just make sounds. Imagination, divine intervention, etc. Yeah, because it's like, the idea is when the monarch pulled the moon out of the sky, and the moon is the fetus version of a celestial being, it's pure consciousness, like, spread across the planet. And you can tap into that consciousness and cause it to affect the world. But it eats away at your consciousness. And that's what your mana is. And if it eats through your mana, it will start to eat at your physical body. And it's like, you could literally, like, cast a spell that killed you, but it would be like the idea of, like, if you set yourself on fire, and then if you just had the single thought of, I don't want to be on fire anymore, and you just weren't on fire anymore. So it's like, you would have to maintain the focus of the magic while you're dying, without ever having the thought of, I want this to stop. Which is, like, complete mental fortitude, right? For instance, my goddess Arya Ichikawa has bestowed to people her power or blessing of those who pray to her, give her gifts. Ah, nice. Your reason as well. Yep.
Problems and conflicts and how they are resolved in a way that makes for a good story. If we have no idea what Gandalf can do and he just solved every problem the Fellowship has with random, unseen before magical spells and moments of tension, then it wouldn't be a satisfying resolution. It feels like the author is just writing, a wizard did it, and expecting you to be happy with a clear Deus Ex Machina. Sticking to Sanderson's first rule in hard magic systems means the reader understands what characters can or can't do, their capabilities, and are always thinking about how magic can be used to solve problems within those strict rules that you laid out. Magic becomes a defined tool that doesn't feel cheap to use because it's not screaming, a wizard did it, at the reader. It's the character's experience, intelligence, and ingenuity that allows them to solve problems.
Exactly.
Readers can feel cheated by soft magic because it's much harder to predict where it can be used or what it can do, but hard magic allows the reader to feel much more a part of the story, aligning themselves with the characters as they earnestly predict how magic could be used.
And the fact that, like, the whole thing is in first person to Husai, so you see the inner ways that Husai casts magic, and, like, how he does his whole song and dance with it. And then you look at, like, how other characters do it, and you're like, okay, well, this is how he does it, so that's probably how they're doing it. And then the idea that, you know, there's no one solid way to do magic. Everyone works within the boundaries of what they're good at. If you're not good at imagining stuff, you're not going to focus on the creation aspect. You're going to create on the manipulation aspect, right? We Are Number One, classic song. Saddening that he has passed, though. Yes, it was a bit ago. Also, different styles, different outcomes, etc. Yep, exactly.
in any given circumstance.
And it's like it's all presented, and then there's like the overdrive ability, which is titling, which isn't like, I don't exactly know how that's going to be worked in. Maybe it's going to be worked in the 3rd chapter. That's the best place I can think of it, because it's not really told what a title is. The characters just title and use like super insanely fucking ridiculous overpowered abilities. But it's like, the idea of the title is the closer connection you have to Gaia, we are chugging right along. True book buyer, absolutely true. Welcome, welcome, GPB. Always glad to have you here, good sir. But if you're just going along with, how would you say this? Like, how the characters are thinking, and Raymondo, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? We're discussing hard and soft magic and how my magic system is. Ooh, progressing the convo. Yes, like a train. Chug, chug. Choo, choo. Let's go. But the way that, how do you say this again? Like, the way that magic is structured through consciousness to allow people to do certain things past like the physical barrier. So it's like Gaia can't influence beings beyond an instinctual level, because it's kind of like the idea of Inception, where things have to believe that the idea is grounded within themselves, and they can't think of it as an external thing. So if they believe that the idea or the compulsion... I was just gonna say, Callie's probably here, he's probably just lurking. Hi, Callie! Gaia's consciousness is so powerful that if she influences someone and someone realizes that they're influencing it, it will obliterate their consciousness. Found a website? You got ideas, Callie? Oh, he's got lots of ideas. He's got the most fantastic world I have ever seen. It is so fucking awesome. What is that? Yes, we're all waiting in anticipation, Callie! Tell us what site it is. So you have to have some sort of near-death experience, or like be extremely like fortituded in your consciousness in order to be able to title, because it's Gaia giving you her power for a short period of time, and that's why you could basically like rewrite reality in any way, shape, or form. Is it bad if I say mine's better or not, since all worlds are different? You can say that yours is better, Rick. You're allowed to say that, because that's your opinion. And, you know, it's what you're focusing on. I like Callie's because it's dark, grim, fucked up, and almost every aspect that I've seen about the world, besides, like, the physics of gravity, don't work in the way you would expect them to. And it's, like, full undead and fucking deceit, dismay, control, and torture, and just fucking epicness. And mine is well written. True book. Well presented. Well structured. Not the right audience here. Honestly, I would want to know who would win in a fight if all of our stuff is fully made. I mean, Callie's world is very evocative. Doesn't make it my cup of tea, but it's powerful. It's, well, I'm just saying it's my absolute cup of tea. Like, it's like Nightmare Before Christmas on crack. I fucking love it. It just reminds me so much of Jack Skellington and frickin' Sally. Meaning characters, monsters, etc. Yeah. Exactly. Who has the most overpowered character, right? Mine would die before the first round. They are human. But they could be extremely intelligent, book buyer, and maybe they could ally themselves with like one of my characters or one of Sean's characters, like Jane, and then Jane just kind of like summons Goku out of nowhere, and then Goku just kind of kills everyone. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not sure if this is the best idea yet, but I'm using Fourth Wall right now, and I'm thinking I'll use it to sell a bundle of my 2 ebooks at a lower price. I don't know. Is it a good or bad idea? I'm nervous about the answer. Jack and Sally would walk in there absolutely happy about everything they saw, calling the instruments lucky. True, Sean. True. One is PTSD and the other is anxiety riddled. I also have humans, demi-humans, beastkin, Morthosians. Yep, always good to have a lot of different things. And my main character as well is human. But he's like genetically engineered human.
In Avatar The Last Airbender, and forgive me for using it as the benchmark for all things good and holy in writing, but it is, the bending magic system is relatively hard. It's
a
not
male character,
with the
Wayu,
exception
might
of an
survive
occasional
around.
new alternate bending style thrown in, and the rules are relatively clear.
Is what I'm
it's
doing
established
bad.
numerous times throughout the...
Callie, I don't think anything is bad. It's more of like, is it effective? What is your goal? And does what you're doing put you closer towards that goal? That is the only thing that matters. Fuck everything else. I would say it's not such a good idea to include a fourth wall break offering a bundle, because if someone read it too late, the offer wouldn't be available anymore. I don't quite understand what's this fourth wall break offering a bundle. Is that just the site itself is offering a bundle for both of the books for like a limited time kind of thing? Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, is it a bundle for both of the books? Like, are you selling them as a deal to sell them together? Like, buy both the books for $15 or buy each book for $10? See, I don't see any problem with that. Fingering my own fingers, and it feels good, man. Good times, book. But yeah, I thought you were talking about breaking the fourth wall in your story, offering the bundle. My bad. Yeah, see, I was a little bit confused there, Sean, because I was like, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but yeah, if the bundle was, like, you know, retroactive, you would kind of feel fucked over if you had read the book and it had told you that, and you'd be like, well, I didn't know that. But yeah, I think selling them as a bundle, as an option, is just a good idea. Multi-save is, like, the best way to sell things.
Series that water can be bent from a variety of sources. It doesn't just have to be water flowing in a river, say, but you can bend
Bundles
it
are
from
good.
trees, vines, and even human blood. So it's a logical and satisfying
And
conclusion
fourth
to
wall,
the-
like, integrates with Twitch, so I can stream and have a bunch of stuff like podcasts, videos. Main 7 characters, all human, 3 gals, 4 guys. Jake Takahashi, main character. Danny Akiyama, main character. Bob Sato, Ribald Tanaka, Ella Matsuda, Chris Suzuki, and Yuri Matsumoto. Origin from Japan. Nice. Mine is Chinese, says book buyer. Could be fun having a fourth wall break in which you have a character spot something that reminds them of one of your other stories. That could be powerful as a selling tool if it was done right and not in every book. That's actually amazing, Sean. Maybe the first book I write, because I'm probably going to write a book before I write the Final Fantasy book, just to get, like, a practice book out there. Have it as, like, a sci-fi thing, and have, like the model, like just this random, like, snow globe maybe type thing, or like a lava lamp. Actually, a lava lamp would be great, because that'd be a promotion for the stream as well as for the book. And have a lava lamp that's the tree, and it's like literally coming out of the lava, and it's like you can see the lava pouring over the edge kind of thing, so it's like orange, and it's got the tree in the center with like a blue HUD, and then it's got like the leaves of like sparkling different colors and stuff like that, and you've got like the droplets going between the trees, like little tubes and stuff like that. Jesus, welcome. I've honestly never seen a fourth wall being done well myself. My fourth wall breaks in the first book, we are on another tangent. Yep, welcome to the stream, guys. Sick, honestly. Should I add race as well, meaning black, white, Latino, etc., just homages to said races, to not just have one race be all human, if that makes sense? Yeah, that makes sense, Rick, but you can do whatever you want with it, right? You can have completely undescribed characters and never quite say, you know, what their skin color is, right? There are a lot of books that have characters where they don't really describe the main character, right? It's more of like the equipment the main character is using or some sort of like distinct thing, right? Okay, another question. So I'm deciding whether I have to discount up front or give discount codes or however it works. I'd give a discount up front, Callie, for a set period of time, like 3 months, and then after that, use promo codes. But use the discount off the bat so it gathers more people. Thanks, Sir Ito. No worries. It's somewhere in here. I missed it. Oh, I was gonna say, that's what it is. The fourth wall break in my book is the main character is going to be talking to himself. But he's going to make it feel... So Beezus, tell me if you think this is a good idea. So, the character will be talking to themselves, because it's in first person from the character's view. So he'll be talking to himself as if having an internal conversation, and it's going to feel like he's talking to the reader. And he's like, he's relaying the information to the reader. And then in the second book, at the beginning, when Gaia is revealed, it's going to be revealed that he was actually talking to Gaia the entire time. So you kind of think that he's talking to you, and then you realize that you're arrogant and he's actually talking to Gaia. Yeah, so that's kind of how I want to do the fourth wall break. So it's like, you think there's a fourth wall break, but there's actually not a fourth wall break. And I'm like, that's the fourth wall break, right? It's like, I love layers of shit like that. I'm so lost back to writing. No worries, Bookfire. Nice displaced perception. Exactly, right? That's kind of like what the whole point of the book is, because it's from Husai's eyes. So it's like the way that, for instance, two people see different events. Or see the same event differently, right? Like, you can go up to two different people, ask them about the same event, and you'll get two completely different stories, right? Like Spider-Man talking to a gargoyle and calling him Bruce. Exactly, Sean. So what did Rick say? Stranger says, follow me into this cage. Someone under Morgana's father's spell will be willing to do whatever people tell them to do, and with people that the person hypnotized will do with either be more assertive and more lustful desire, fulfill anything for them, not just trust them as if they were a stranger in an instant spell. They put on Vivian, makes them sort of cling on to them like a binding love. Kind of sounds like almost like confessor magic from Sword of Truth. Never mind, I'm going to eat my feelings. Hell yeah, book, that's how it's done. But anyways, I guess we can go back to
Katara escaped prison by waterbending her bodysuit. The viewer could have figured it out just as Katara did. After all, the human body is full of water. But how do you actually design a hard magic system? Firstly, you have to keep in mind its predictability. Typically, the harder your magic system, the more specific you have to be about its rules and consequences. Soft magic can be mysterious and unpredictable, but your hard magic system really does need a level of predictability, or at least an internal consistency, that if our gallant hero with his suave look and 11-inch wand does magical action X, he can expect magical consequence Y. Now this doesn't mean that your hard magic can't have the possibility of disastrous or unpredicted consequences should the magic go horribly wrong, but it does mean that those unpredictable effects will often come from the character's lack of knowledge, mistake, or misuse of the intended magic. Not because the magic is inherently unpredictable. Once again, my baby
like, for instance, if, again, we're going to go back to casting the fire spell, because it's just the easiest way to represent it. You throw out a bunch of fucking, let's say, like, flammable sand, right? It's not quite black powder, but it's like sand that ignites. Knight Sir Ito. Shall take my leave now. Also, yes, rules and consequences of my very intricate and confusing magic. Mistborn is so interesting because of how limited magic really is there. Yeah, exactly, right? Whereas magic can be used by anyone who's intelligent enough to understand. Where is your water button? You mean this? No! I didn't turn the TTS on. Well, I gotta waste more points now. Fuck. Do I have enough points? Oh, I can't even spell right. Jesus.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. Is that a good one, Beezus? Does that one work for you? Oh. Sorry, Rick. I think I had an epiphany, guys. Look. This is why. Because I'm looking at colors. Rick is this color on here, and Beezus is the same color on here. So I see this color, and I think Beezus. That's why I say the wrong person's name. Because I'm looking at the color, I'm not actually looking at the person's name. And with both the chats beside each other, it fucks with my brain having the two different colors. Because I'm trying to, like, basically respond as fast as possible, right? So like I said, I read, like, the first letter and the last letter and infer what the fuck the word is. That's why I fuck up words all the time. Unless it's, like, a super easy word. Yeah. And, like, showing... One of the big things for, like, for instance, I'm just thinking about this, like, having Husai specifically state that, like, illusion magic... Or have the readers understand that illusion magic is real through Husai's influence, and understanding that Husai has tried to crack the code of it, but it's, like, the one thing that's, like... It shows you a magic that can exist, and does exist, but its understanding is not sufficient enough for people to do it. Because if you knew how light worked, and if you knew... Okay, actually, this might take a bit of an explanation, because not a lot of people actually know this. So, we're going to have a science lesson, guys. Let me see if I can find it.
As a 42-year-old...
Okay, here we go. I don't exactly know where it is, but it should be somewhere along
Which is
here.
about the same place where we had our reflection. And you can also see right now, if we look at this view, that you cannot see the laser light at all, right? Like I could see the laser, but I have to bring it down all the way over here. And then I'm able to sort of see the light. But if I just put it up here, you can see the reflection. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put this foil, this magic foil, and I'm gonna put it over here. Oh, and we can turn off this. And now let's see what happens when I turn on the laser. Wait. No way. No way. It works. It works. Wait, what? Look where the laser is going. Oh my God. It actually works. What? What? This is definitely the coolest demo I've ever done. So what I was doing is I was holding the laser, and I can show you right now, I was shining it down like this, way off, and you could still see it reflect. But if I take this away, it disappears. And if I put this back, it appears.
So that shows really that we cannot get rid of the area which gives zero, that it really is canceling out, and if we do clever things to it, we can demonstrate the reality of the reflections from this part of the mirror.
So light, and by extension everything, really does explore all possible paths. It's just that most of the time, the crazy paths destructively interfere. That's because the actions of nearby paths change rapidly. Now, I've studied physics for most of my life, and I feel like I never really appreciated how important action and the principle of least action are. But now I think I finally get it. And I finally get why if you ask theoretical physicists what they're working on, they'll rarely talk about energy or forces. Most of the time, they'll talk about action.
Nobody in particle physics approaches particle physics from a viewpoint other than least action. But we teach physics historically, and
no
least action is almost like the new kid on the block.
But the idea of it is that the reason why light always takes the... No, we're not finished the video. The reason why light takes all of the time the shortest path possible to the destination is because it's taking absolutely every path, and the only path that doesn't cancel out is the singular path that is the fastest point, which is a straight line. And if you could manipulate reality understanding that small factor about light, you could use illusion magic. But since no character has that kind of understanding in quantum mechanics, then you can't have that. I was like, what? Atox actually finished a video in under 2 hours? Lies and slander! I could never.
Fullmetal Alchemist demonstrates this perfectly when an attempt to bring someone back from the dead creates a ghoulish monster and destroys Alphonse's entire physical body, not because the magic itself was unpredictable, but because they didn't understand the law of equivalent exchange, the rule that governs all alchemy. While Sanderson didn't say this explicitly, I do feel that the guidelines for designing
I'm feeling mean today. You're not mean.
Encompassed fundamentally in his essay The Second Law of Magic. Limitations are more important than powers.
Yes. Second rule. Limitations are more important than powers. What you cannot do defines what you can do, right? I didn't post a comment. I was going to. So controlled mean. You can say whatever you want. Be as mean as you want. Okay. This is how we are in the stream.
Intoxication is a cum dumpster fuck retard asshole piece of trash. Fuck him and his titties, bitch hoe.
True. Going off my last comment. If only your stamina in other areas was the same. Oh, exactly, book buyer. That's why I'm always in a chastity cage, you know? It's training in progress, okay? Eventually we'll get there.
If you want to read it in more detail, there's a link down in the description below to it. Seems pretty simple, right? That Harry Potter's magic is limited because he can only cast spells when
I like
he has
being
a
mean.
wand. Though later on we do learn that wandless magic is a thing for like level 99 wizards with really
It's a good thing.
Hard magic systems often boil down to three things. Their
Because
limitations.
if you, like, what I find with being mean is if you can, as long as you're not, like, touching on a topic that someone's super sensitive about, it's, to me, it's just banter. Because I like, know you're not being serious, and even if you're, like, slightly being serious, it's still fucking funny. Right? If it's true, or it hurts someone, it's funny. If it hurts someone and it's true, it's fucking hilarious. And if it outweighs your expectations, then it's like Grandmaster level funny.
Weaknesses and costs. These assume
Limitations. So, limits of knowledge of the world. Weakness is the ability to manifest the idea of that effect in reality in order to reshape its form or purpose. Guys, this actually looks cool. True, like, why would I care what your stamina is in other areas? And who says the other areas aren't trampolining? Book buyer, how do you know that, like, you know, right? Maybe it's how many backflips I can do in a row, right? We all know what it is, but by not saying it, you can say it's other things. 90% of being a wizard in Harry Potter doesn't even involve doing any wizardry. There's no real reason squibs shouldn't be able to live normal wizard lives. I don't know what squibs are. The discounted books, I don't know what the whole site looks like yet, though. Well, it starts small, Callie. Get used to the foundations and then expand your way out from there. And welcome, Levi. How's it going? Squibs are people in the magic world with no magic. Squibs are people born to wizard parents without the ability to cast spells. So they're like a different kind of muggle? Or is muggle just like people that don't know that magic exists, but like Hermione, for instance, can cast magic. She has like good magic genes. Okay. That's interesting. Did not know that. I don't know that much about Harry Potter. Yeah, different kind of muggle. The opposite of a mudblood. Yeah. Interesting.
The rules your magical characters have to obey. What limits are there on their powers? Can your suave hero mind control people, but only as long as they can see them and they're naked? The most common form of limitation is a vaguely defined limit of strength,
in some ways worse
or
in the world.
training or mental acumen of the practitioner. Avatar: The Last Airbender is kind of like this. There's no explicit limit to how much fire a person can conjure or how strong a wind they can muster, but we know it's kind of limited by their training, willpower, strength, and talent. Think of it as the rule of there's only so much awesome one human can handle. If you're really trying to differentiate your hard magic system from this common trope, then think about not relying.
Finch, the guy with the cat, is a squib? Ah. What about Hagrid? Or does he just not like using magic? I don't remember if he ever uses magic.
relying on this particular limitation, but maybe something else. Perhaps certain powers can be negated or are affected by certain things in the environment.
We can do magic,
like,
so not a squib. He is always banned. That's right. He's banned. He uses magic plenty, but he got kicked out for reasons explained in book 2. Yeah.
the moon, certain plants or minerals. That way your magician has to be aware of their surroundings at all times,
Can also
or
do
it can be used
magic.
against them by their enemies. Secondly, weaknesses. Weaknesses in magic systems can create interesting dynamics in a story where magic would usually make a character a lot more powerful than those around them. Maybe they can transform into a werewolf.
Well, that'd be like the genetic enhancements. This would be like the genetic enhancements that the monarch has given himself, and the fact that the viceroy had a hand in making Husai. So Husai has an abnormally strong amount of magic, and his brain is just wired in a completely different way to understand the world. Also, did anyone else wonder how a human and a giant had sex and made Hagrid? Like, his father was human and his mother was a giant? I mean, even if it was the other way around, they didn't necessarily had to fuck. You just had to get the stuff in there, right? Any means necessary.
A wolf at will.
But that would suck. We can't fuck, but hey, you know, it's worth it. The images, my brain burns.
But that makes them vulnerable to silver bullets. Though, once again, making these limitations to your magic too simple can be...
It's like gorillas, where giants don't have as ideal a ratio as humans do. Like, humans are a pretty well hung mammal. Yeah, I guess that's true. Just because they're a giant doesn't mean they have to have, like, a freaking, like, arm-sized fucking dick, right? Even if they're like 16 to 18 feet tall, right? And it would mainly more be the girth than anything. Something like that?
Interesting. Don't just give your super suave hero with fantastic hair and gorgeous eyes a kryptonite factor.
Why did I bring this up?
If you have multiple different powers in your story, it could be interesting to have the use of one power making them more vulnerable to another. So your character has to be cautious about using their powers around someone who could take advantage of that. At its heart, I personally feel that the best magic systems are designed in such a way that it affects the way that the characters think and their world operates.
Yes.
Finally and thirdly, perhaps the most common way that people create rules for their magic system is through magic costing something. Fullmetal Alchemist requires the exact materials to turn X into Y.
Water, 35 liters.
Smokey! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, brother?
4 liters. Lime, 1.5 kilograms. Phosphorus, 800 grams. Salt, 250 grams.
In a lot of series, the magician requires certain materials for their spell or enchantment.
Bone of the father, unwillingly given flesh. The servant.
Good morning. True.
Willingly sacrificed blood of the enemy, forcibly taken.
In Harry Potter, this ritual had costs in terms of ingredients as well as the way the ingredients had to be acquired. But perhaps the most common magical cost is that of bodily energy. In the Wheel of Time and the Inheritance cycle, doing something with magic exhausts you, which is fine until you try and be too magically heroic and you overdose on magical heroin and die. Magic causing fatigue is so common because it's an easy way to separate the strong from the weak. A powerful magician doesn't flinch as she vanquishes an army, while a weak one
Except it's not so much that more people have more mana. Morning, night. What is time? Time is whatever you want, because my morning is night, because I woke up, well, I mean, I technically just had a nap after work, but you know, I woke up like an hour and a half ago, technically. I had like a 45-minute nap. So this is morning, and I love night. Night is my time to thrive. It's 1:35 in the morning, and it might as well be 5 a.m. for like an old person. Or like, you know, 7 o'clock at night. I can't nap, either sleep or rest. I'm fucking tired when I get back home from work. I'm just like physically exhausted from standing all day, so I just like lie down, pass out for a bit. It's the only real time I get any good sleep, because other than that, I'm just tossing and turning forever. The scope of the change you are enacting takes from your soul than your body. Ability to maintain spell after soul and body when body starts to decay. Eats single particles at a time. Has Valiant come back since? No, Smokey. Valiant boy has not returned. At least I can say, now that he says he's gone, he's gone. I mean, I feel bad. I mean, if... I just don't fucking understand, man. I don't understand. That was some fucking crash out, man. Not that I didn't tell him. I mean... And I'm like, I got the logs. I told him. I'm like, you can even translate this into French if you don't understand. And it's not like all I did was remove moderator from him and said he can't be a moderator. Some people can't acknowledge their own errors. Yeah, exactly. It was just too much. It's like, it's not even that I just said, okay, sorry, bro, you can't be a moderator anymore. And he just, holy fuck, went the fuck off. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it's better to happen now than later, right? What is he gonna get me in trouble for? Literally all that happened was he even went I mean he could falsely report me, I'm sure, but I doubt there would be any action taken. When he was chill, he was pretty cool. But when he had a hissy fit, he wouldn't drop it. Or he, like, wanted to show something, like, wanted me to look at something. And it's like, bro, just chill, calm down, I'll get to it. And then I kept telling him, dude, you want to be the main character? Go stream. Go start streaming. And I, like, tried to encourage him to start streaming. Because I think he'd like the attention of it. But, no. It didn't happen.
Trying to zap a fly. It allows for a lot of wiggle room for the author, because you can make it so that your hero has just enough energy to do impressive magical thing X without much more justification.
Oh, what I was gonna say is, like, everyone has around the same amount of mana, except for Husai, Monarch, and the Viceroy. Exceptions are Title, Awakened. Damn, looks at self and realizes they have a similar problem, pushes down those thoughts and goes about in ignorant bliss. No, man, he had the definition of crash out. I thought he was going to be a hate watcher for a while there, but I don't know if he's lurking around here or anything. I don't know. It's just one of those weird things.
Short training montage beforehand. But you've got to be careful about how you use this cost, because it can come across as cheap if your hero is suddenly doing things that they couldn't before, or the exhaustion factor is so inconsistent that it's not really a cost at all. That magical thing X exhausts them just enough when the story requires them to succeed, but...
Could he be Finkdink? No, I think Finkdink's been the ultimate lurker. I have absolutely no idea, because Finkdink was here, and Valiant Boy even, like, in the beginning was, like, trying to talk to Finkdink. I'm just, I have no idea. He's never talked in chat. Like, if I bring up his thing... Is he in here? I don't know. I'm wondering if he's one of my real-life friends and they just don't say anything. And at this point, it's like, it's just too much of a meme for them to talk. I feel like that's really what it is. They're like the mysterious person in the background, like, and they're like, oh, I can't break this, right? So, who knows? Fuck if I know. I love lurkers. Everyone's pretty much lurking on maybe he's one of the kick guys. Down to 25k, drop a few more later.
Is a little too much when the story requires them to fail. We've already talked about how hard magic systems require a level of predictability and consistency, and the exhaustion cost can challenge that predictability and suspension of belief if not used wisely. One of my favorite examples of a magical cost is actually from one of the softest fantasy magic systems, in A Song of Ice and Fire. In that, Beric Dondarrion is brought back to life dozens of times using magic, and it changes him. George R. R. Martin described it as such: my characters who come back from death are worse for wear. In some ways, they're not even the same characters anymore. The body may be moving, but some aspect of their spirit has changed or transformed, and they've lost something. Coming back from the dead costs Beric Dondarrion...
Ah, good old Sean, smoking a J. Can only hear you. Sounds good, Smokey. Hell yeah, brother.
Something
Light it up.
What precisely we're never told, but
maybe
it's
my
visible in the character in his
stole
books.
a win. I can only hope.
Look for unique ways to make your magic cost if you want to distinguish your magic system from others. Maybe manipulating the element of earth causes plants to die around you. The ramifications of these effects could be widespread and fascinating to explore. If this kind of magic was common, would it be outlawed to protect the crops and forests?
Life magic. That is a very like a spell like Doom in Final Fantasy XI. Like any spell that has like a counter like that, it would be under like life magic. That would be so crazy for characters to have that kind of power, where you can just doom someone and then you have to have like the resistances to it, right? But I want to have like resistances be a huge part of like people's equipment and stuff, and have like the idea of like equipment swapping, and you like swap out your equipment, or like have specific characters that deal with certain things, and that's why you have such a large alliance. It's not necessarily that everyone fights at once, but it's like you have enough people to cover that you have all of your things covered. Why do I find the animation cute? Like I physically like them. For like this guy, like the PNG.
Interestingly, both Avatar and Harry Potter have very little cost.
I am intentionally attempting to lose the points, as I have no use for them. Everyone else is trying to win, and I was frustrated winning 9 times in a row. I gave all my points away on attempt 7. Had 2 more wins before I finally lost.
In terms of their magic, the exhaustion
giving them to
Avatar
Eggy
characters experience seems to be primarily from the physical exercise they get doing what essentially amounts to martial arts. And while we do see that it requires effort at certain points, exhaustion never plays the large cost-like role that we see in the Wheel of Time or the Belgariad, where overusing magic can kill you. Likewise, casting spells in Harry Potter very rarely seems to draw on the strength of the caster. There are vague lines in the books that refer to powerful spells requiring powerful magic, but it really acts as a true cost to the witch or the wizard. The reason for this in both series, I think, is that
and you've seen what he looks like in real life, because you've seen the other videos where he's... This is one 7 years old when he was a PNG tuber.
And practice, while magical ability is limited by knowledge and skill, where the limitations in your hard magic system create strong enough rules for your characters for that predictability
like the PNG tuber
it may
more.
not be necessary to have a large cost. Likewise, if the cost of your magic is large, it may not be necessary to have strict limitations. It really just depends on which kind of rules you want your hard magic system to rely on.
Real life is
style.
True.
You need to pick a style for your hard
it's all
magic
about
system,
hentai.
and this
I mean,
can
what?
be a lot of fun. Typically speaking, hard magic systems need to be more specific about this than soft magic. Maybe you want a theurgical magic system where your characters channel the power of gods, angels, and demons.
I saw a gamer stream the other.
Maybe they need special
for
magical
Yaoi.
devices.
Nice. Saw a gamer stream the other day. He did an assessment of the Wheel of Time series. Such a good review. He even ranked them. And there's his voice. Holy crap, it was good. Nice.
Like various items of glamorous jewelry, or it requires blood and sacrifice, or maybe they're tapping into the ubiquitous force that permeates everything and everyone conveniently. I often find that writers focus on designing the style of their magic system more than the other parts we talked about before, and while it's a lot of fun to design the aesthetics of it, it's the predictability,
Totally Captivated is my favorite
that will play into the conflicts, problems, and character interactions.
Not gonna look that up on this PC.
Most. Of course, as I always say, there's no.
But I'll do that on the other PC.
And it's all up to how you feel that you work best. These guidelines will work for some people and they won't work for others. This is going to be a 3-part writing series on magic systems, and next time I want to talk to you about soft magic systems. How to design them.
Well, obviously, I wouldn't look it up on stream. I just mean, like, I wouldn't even want to look it up on this PC.
Down below. My question of the day is, what is your magic system like? How would you design one? If you like what I make, please consider supporting me on Patreon for as little as $1.
Hey guys, we made it through the first video in an hour. That's not too bad. This one had 3 million views. Hey, we still got one more. Soft magic building. Which we're not as, like, this is more for short stories, or maybe like a different novel. Who is this guy? Hello Future Me is the channel on YouTube. If you want to go give them some love. Wait, you finished a video in less than 3 hours. Call emergency services, the Tox is ill. Guys, it was 11 minutes, okay? 11 minutes. That, and it's like, it had some pretty good, steady sections, right? Where we didn't have to worry too much, but we did. I know, right? I think he was replaced with an alien. I told you guys I'm AI to begin with. Why do you think I have 12 fingers? Tox is enjoying that probing. True, book. True. Oh, God. You have 12 fingers. Eddie in the mix. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, broski? We're on to video 2 of the React. Soft world building on magic. Break out the rectal thermometer. Need an accurate temp. It's definitely 85 in there. Slightly warm. My back door is an exit, no entrance. Mine swings both ways, just like me! Tangents were taken out of bold tonight. I mean, we had some tangents, but yeah, we didn't go too hard with the tangents. We were more on just explaining our magic system and how our magic system holds up. Like, do we have all of these elements in our magic system? And I think, yes, we do have all these elements in our magic system. Alright.
Theories. Have you ever read a story where the characters are going about their questy business when they find themselves in a mysterious place steeped in ancient magic, and there are mysterious wizards who do sparkly, mysterious magic things, and the magic is Never explained. Well, chances are that you're reading a story with a soft magic system. This is part 2 of 3 of a writing series, and last video we talked about hard magic systems, how to design them, and how they fit into fictional worlds. I recommend watching that to get the full discussion.
True.
But to paraphrase, a hard magic system has clearly defined rules, consequences, and limitations that govern what one can or cannot do with magic. Soft magic systems, on the other hand, often have a vague, undefined, or mysterious set of rules and limitations to being used. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings is probably the most famous example of this. Middle-earth is full of magical things, places, and people.
I keep mine soft at all points in time. It's useless. There's no point in that. It can't be used for anything. So, for me, it's perfect.
From Agent Elrond to Saruman to your mother-in-law. But we don't really know how magic works, its limits, or what it requires. We know Gandalf is a wizard and all, but if you asked him about the specific limitations or costs of his wizarding magic powers, Gandalf gets a little vague. Now, while hard magic systems are largely about how you design magic to work, soft magic is more about how it can be worked into a good narrative, and that's what we'll be talking about today. This can boil down to thinking about 3
All thought boobs are a great squishy toy of all genders. Yup.
things: tension,
True.
point of view, and unpredictability. Brandon Sanderson writes stories with very hard magic, but his 3 laws of magic apply to writing stories anywhere on the spectrum from hard to soft, and Sanderson's first law is still incredibly important to soft magic stories. An author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the
Ultra Sax, man. Why is it so satisfying? There's another one too. Yup.
To understand said magic. So firstly, tension. How well you can resolve tension and solve problems is essential to making a good story. This is where having a soft magic system can make things more difficult, because tension is incredibly difficult to build if your reader has no idea of the capabilities of your characters. But that's the thing about soft magic. The reader may not understand much about the limits or costs of it in your story. They don't know when your swashbuckling heroes are faced with a real challenge, whether the wizard can turn around with a wise bearded look, say, "Fear not, my pathetic mortal friend," and magic them away from danger. Using soft magic the reader cannot predict or doesn't understand to resolve conflict can feel like the author is just screaming, "A wizard did it," throwing a Deus Ex Machina in your face and expecting you to get on with your sorry life. Does this mean that you can never use soft magic to resolve tension? The answer is of course not. Magic systems can be anywhere on the spectrum from hard to soft, and there are plenty of stories that
True,
find a
Sean.
great balance between the two. A common way that this is written is that virtually anything is possible within the soft magic system, but individual characters might only have specific powers. Harry Potter is a relatively good example of this. Throughout the books, very few real limitations can be applied to magic as a whole. There could be a spell to accomplish almost anything a wizard might need. Want to kill someone? There's a spell for that. Want to repel muggles? There's a spell for that. Why drink to forget when you can just erase the memories? And Rowling regularly introduces new spells for things when she needs them, like Expecto Patronum in the 3rd book, when creating spirit animals made of happiness became important to the plot. But Harry Potter himself has limited powers. He can't just make up a
Yes,
spell
I will
on the spot
manifest
to
that.
do whatever he needs.
Breakout
His capabilities
success
are limited to
fantasy.
the spells
Hell
he
yeah.
has learned and trained to use throughout the books. The tension is built up, maintained, and resolved well, because when magic does solve problems in these stories, the reader understood Harry's capabilities, even if those abilities came from a soft magic system. Readers don't feel cheated because even though a wizard did do it, it doesn't feel like a wizard did it. You can have harder parts to a soft magic system without it being restricting for you as a storyteller, maintaining that sense of mystery and possibility as well as having limitations. It's just about striking that balance.
So it's like thinking I'm just thinking about this in the aspect of presentation. So we could present the magic system almost as a soft system, even though it's extremely hard, but it's just the character's understanding of magic in the book is completely different than how magic actually is. And that's kind of like the misinterpretation of, like, how do you say this? Like, Newtonian physics and the idea of, like, Newton's laws and gravity, and then, like, Einstein's theory of relativity. It's like one explains everything, but one is actually truly mathematically proven and covers everything, right? So I'd say like Newton's laws are more of a soft system, whereas Einstein's theory of relativity is a hard system. But the characters only know it as a soft system, so you can still have the hard system and present it as a certain way. So I'm just thinking about how I could do that, and then kind of combine them together, that you kind of know what's going on. Holy shit!
Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Holy shit, thank you for subscribing, book buyer. Holy shit, thank you, very much appreciated. Oh my god, Subscribbler gang, let's go! We got more Subscribblers! Woo-woo! Congratulations on gaining your wings! You now have wings! There you go. There are your wings. Congratulations, you are now henchman number 4. Welcome.
Now, while readers
Awesome.
may feel cheated
I get
if
to
soft
be
magic
Death.
is used to miraculously
Nice.
resolve tension, it's virtually never a problem if it causes tension. It's a lot easier to have antagonists with vague or undefined powers than protagonists. This is why we might not understand the powers of the Mind Flayer in Stranger Things, but it still makes for an...
I just sit and chat until I get gifted subs, because I can't pay for them myself. I've gotten probably 13 or so gift subs in various streams. Yeah, I get so many gift subs. Because I'm in so many different streams all the time.
an interest.
Like, gifted, 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 gifted. 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 I have so many of them. Limited money, so I'm careful where I spend my money. Well, I'm glad that you chose to spend your money on my stream. I really appreciate it. Don't ever feel that it's necessary. I try to keep the ads are literally at the minimum to not have pre-rolls. If I wish Twitch didn't force ads on until you're a partner. It really sucks having ads. Kind of ruins the vibe. And I don't have a bot for them to set up because I just honestly haven't had time in the last like 3 months. But it says it's set up, it just doesn't work. I fucking don't know why. But it doesn't even tell it on my end when I have ads.
Villain, while we do understand Eleven's powers to an extent, because her powers are used to solve problems in the narrative. It's just important to remember to be consistent with that villain's powers later on. Likewise, it's perfectly okay to
I have an
create
erasure
challenges
pen,
that the
I love
characters
it.
must solve
Erasable
with
pen, I love
unexplained
it. That's
magic.
amazing.
So feel free to be the all-powerful, maniacal overlord you are and wreak havoc on the lives of your characters and make them sorry that they were ever born. Secondly, we need to talk about how...
Oh, and the fact that people don't know in the book that magic didn't exist before. People think that magic has always been a thing. And the Beastmen know that magic hasn't always been a thing, because they could never do magic before the moon fell out of the sky. But they learned how to do magic from the dragons before they came back down to the planet, after the moon had shattered and the crystalline tree started to grow.
How soft magic fits in with your point of view characters. Whether you want to tell your story from the viewpoint of a magical or a non-magical character may change how you write. While this is in no way a rule, stories with softer magic tend to not be written from the perspective of magic users. For example, the Black Company has a very soft magic...
Oh, YouTuber! Sucky Sucky! Hi from Sean's wifey! Oh, nice! Welcome, welcome. I love the name. I don't know if it's supposed to be Sucky Sucky or Suki Suki, but Sean's wife. Ooh, yeah, man. We got more peeps in the chat now. Good to see somebody talking on YouTube. So like Duke. Sook, like Duke. Suki. I'm here. Everyone's here, guys. We got the whole gang together.
Magic system, and there are
Hell
even
yeah.
characters who use it regularly.
Hi,
But
Callie.
it's
Sean's
told
wife
from
is
the
in the chat
perspective
on
of Coco,
YouTube.
a non-magical character. There are a number of reasons an author might want to
Hi.
do this. One, if magic exists outside the point of view, you can align the reader with the main character, who may view magic as this mystical and unknown force in the world. That may be something that you want your
And that's kind of how the Viceroy is. Some more estrogen in the chat. Woo woo, let's go, girls, let's go. Woo woo, bring it on. That's what it's all about.
reader to experience. Sanderson writes in his essay, The First Law of Magic, that soft magic preserves the sense of wonder in their books, to give the setting a fantastical feel. Soft magic books tend to want to indicate that men are a small part of the eternal
Can't be
mystical
capitalized
workings of the universe. And that sense of the mysterious unknown can be harder to achieve if writing from the perspective
I think
of
you just have to
someone
do
who wants to
EMBF.
understand something of your magic. My favorite example of this is The Hobbit, because Tolkien tells his story through the eyes of Bilbo, a hobbit and handkerchief enthusiast. He adds to the tension in the story by using Bilbo's perspective. It reinforces that sense of the unknown in Mirkwood Forest, because Bilbo cannot possibly predict what enchantments, spells, or kind of racist elf kings he might face in there.
It doesn't
would be
work.
far more difficult for Tolkien to create that mysterious
'Cause
tension
it's,
if the story was told by Gandalf, who would know a lot more about what to
It's
expect.
derogatory.
Let's say you want to write your soft magic story from the perspective
Hello,
of a witch or a
Suki.
wizard. How would you do that?
Everyone
there are an
said
infinite number
hello.
of ways that you can do this.
We are all
without
friends
breaking
now.
Sanderson's first law.
Remember, everyone, all you need to be friends is be able to say fuck you. So fuck you. Welcome, everyone.
But we are only going to talk about two that are particularly common and add really interesting dynamics to a story. One way is to write characters who have magic but do not control it directly. That only your eponymous hero can wield the ancient magical sword of plot convenience that also happens to indicate he should be king for some reason.
Strange women lying in ponds, distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
This trope can be seen all over the place, in King Arthur or Rincewind in The Light Fantastic, but Daenerys Targaryen...
Fuck you too. Love y'all. True book. That's the spirit. That's what we love here.
is an excellent example of this. In A Song of Ice and Fire, Daenerys has this thing called Valyrian magic, which we know has a lot to do with fire and
150!
blood,
We're doing
but
good today.
not much more than that. It's Valyrian magic that allows Dany to bond with dragons and survive standing in a funeral pyre at the end of the first book. But George R. R. Martin said Targaryens are not immune to fire. This was about the birth of Dany's dragons, which was unique, magical, wondrous,
Times 90%
a miracle.
seems
In
about
other
right.
words, it was an example of very soft magic. But while Dany is magical, it's not an ability that she controls. It doesn't break Sanderson's first law because it is used to make her story more interesting without resolving the conflicts in her story.
Not the most productive
Giving characters
day.
very little
It's
control
okay.
over their magic allows you to keep the tension in the narrative, because the reader still feels it's the character's intelligence, ingenuity, and skill that are letting them solve problems.
True.
It's not the hero's magical ability to wield the sword that no one else can that allows them to defeat your totally not generic Dark Lord. It's that your hero worked and learned how to wield the sword. Fundamentally, soft magic can facilitate the resolution of your conflict, but not resolve it in and of itself. That comes across as, a wizard did it!
Yep.
A second way to write from the viewpoint of a soft magic character is with an element of unpredictability. While hard magic relies heavily on it being predictable and consistent, soft magic is allowed to be a lot more unpredictable, having not just the reader but the characters themselves be unsure of the limits or capabilities of their magic can be really
Now I don't like the PNG guy. He's stealing all your time now. Makes sense. I could feel it. I could feel it.
interesting, and it retains that feeling of mysticism without you needing to explain how it works precisely. The character Melisandre in A Song of Ice and Fire is a fantastic example of this. She is one of the few viewpoint characters who actively try to use magic to accomplish things, but not only does the reader not fully
I'm breaking up with him. It's been a sweet 30, man. I mean, it happens, right? You can't win them all.
understand the limits or rules of her powers, but neither does she entirely. For example, in the second book, she performs a huge sacrificial ritual for Stannis Baratheon, believing it would transform him into the savior of the world and English grammar. But it didn't. Sometimes she can call on the Lord of Light for guidance, and other times it just doesn't work. While she is powerful, the rules of her magic aren't as clear as magical action X equals magical effect Y. But it's important to not use that unpredictability to solve problems too often. It comes across as weak writing if it works.
I still have Jin Suga, Jimin, V, RM, and Jungkook. J-Hope is a friend. Ah, I see.
Too regularly because suddenly it doesn't feel unpredictable. It reads as if the author is just using magic to make the character succeed or fail whenever is most convenient for them. But the focus of unpredictable magic should not be on its ability
Those are
to solve
BTS
problems.
members.
Rather,
I figured.
its role in the story should center around guess what? Its unpredictability and how that can enrich your narrative. Soft magic can add fantastical elements to a story in a way that is difficult to do with hard magic. And authors who do that well truly enhance their writing. For example, in many scenarios where characters do use unpredictable magic, it can often go horribly wrong
I
and
hear
create more
testicles?
problems for the characters. In the Deathgate
True,
cycle, the more
yes.
powerful the magic, the more
In
drastic
my
the
mouth.
unpredictable
What?
side effects will be. When one character performs necromancy, another random person will die. It can be fascinating to have viewpoint characters using this kind of magic in ways that truly affect the course of the story, but
Like
not just in
dumplings.
positive ways.
I'm the
but
grave
negative
robber
and
by 6
neutral ways
days.
as well. One of my favorite variations of unpredictable magic is from the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett, which if you haven't read is the perfect balance between fantasy, comedy, and dreadful existentialism. In his books, magic has something of a personality. It isn't easy to control and can simply decide to do things on its own. If you really want to set your soft magic system apart, consider how its unpredictability could play into your story. Thinking about how hard it is to control, perhaps giving it some form of sentience that makes it not just a tool that could be used, but something to be incredibly wary of for your characters. And this is a major difference between hard and soft magic, where hard magic will go wrong because the
Why is my ex looking so smug? Stupid face. True, book. You know. Sometimes you just can't win. They don't know what they're talking about, though. We'll figure it out,
didn't
right?
understand the rules or limits of magic.
Strong
Soft magic
together.
is more likely to go wrong simply because of its nature. Unpredictable magic can actually increase tension with a sense
Too
of
bad I
risk
can't
to
throw
using
poop at
it,
'em.
and is less likely to feel like a wizard did it if the reader never loses that feeling of unpredictability or risk of disaster. What's difficult for authors is working to maintain that feeling. Of course, none of this means that your soft magic has to be unpredictable. This is just one way to make soft magic interesting, especially if you're writing for
I see, said the blind man to the deaf dog. He is, as he pisses into the wind. It's all coming back to me now. True, Suki.
viewpoint of magic users. Thirdly, you have to ask, how many magic systems do you want? Oftentimes, fantasy stories only have one magic system, like the Inheritance Cycle, the Belgariad, or Star Wars, but it is possible to include more than one magic system in your story if you like. In the Kingkiller Chronicles, there is Sympathy, which is a much harder magic system, but there's also things like naming magic, or fey magic, that are far softer. In A Song of Ice and Fire, there's an all-you-can magic buffet with the Faceless Men, the Old Gods, the Lord of Light, the Others, the Children of the Forest, and Valerian magic. Few of them have much or anything to do with one another, and they are a mix of harder and softer magic systems. You can write a story with both, and which style is best is simply up to what fits for your narrative. Though if you really want to distinguish your novel, you might want to use multiple magic systems. It's not particularly common, and I often feel that it's a missed opportunity that hasn't been adequately explored in fantasy. Having multiple can add to the mysteriousness of your world, while having one may help establish that sense of predictability and...
Now I heard Wattpad. What? I having a stroke. Not sure, book buyer. Many words can be many things to some people.
Consistency required for hard magic. And fourthly, style. Soft magic systems have an advantage of being extremely versatile.
First
and
testicles,
flexible.
now
Authors are free
Wattpad.
to include ritualistic magic, spell magic, theurgical magic that calls on demons and angels, or ley lines that create wells of magical energy. They can use all of that without it feeling out of place. Hard magic systems, on the other hand, typically rely on one or a few styles at most. They need to be restricted for there to be clear rules. At its heart,
Now we need Harry Potter in the galaxy far, far away. Who would win, Harry or Palpatine? If Palpatine fought from the shadows, Harry. He already is dead. I mean, if it was... Now he is undead. Isn't Palpatine technically too?
I think harder magic is about how well an author designs the limitations, costs, and weaknesses, and how this can be cleverly used to solve problems in your story. While soft magic is not so much about solving problems, but adding to the narrative by opening up its possibilities and world-building opportunities. This was part 2 of a 3-part series analyzing magic systems, and you voted for it, so the third part I want to examine a particular magic system in detail. Avatar: The Last Airbender. How it's developed, how it fits in with Sanderson's third law of magic in particular, and where it works or doesn't work within the narrative. Question of the day, which do you prefer and why? Hard or soft?
I only know HP, not SW. I know Star Wars, but I don't know Harry Potter. 2 videos in under 2 hours. Yeah, because I didn't really have any insight on this one. This was more of like, because I haven't written any short stories in the fantasy genre, because I'm saving that for the book, right? So it's like, soft magic system isn't really something that I have any insight on. So it was more of just an educational watch. So it was much quicker than the other ones. That's what I mean by the difference between like the on-writings, and certain topics go faster than other things, right? But that's how she goes. So now set this up. Be right back. Sounds good, book. That set up. So we go over here. There, just let me know if that's too loud. Alright. Where's Discord? There it is. So Callie, you have chapter 8 in here? I think my book designer gave me a low quality image. That sucks. Alright, you want to post chapter 8 then, Callie? Alright, well, we're just waiting for Callie to post chapter 8. Super excited to see what happens next, Callie. Welcome back, book. Alright. Give me a sec here. Okay. This is chapter 8 of Callie's book. Falling Petal is the failing performer. Isabel, whose voice has the flowers bloom, will see her flourishing field turn into a graveyard. She belonged to House of Bellowjaw, which meant she was a servant who commanded banshees and farshees, but her ember cage masters often lent her the freedom to travel and sing. They wanted an earth treated well by the flowers. If she could keep the town and the flora happy, they'll make sure to keep her singing. For the moment, Isabel lived with her master, Belfry, a 1,000-year-old man resurrected every few decades, of House of Embercage, currently in his 20s. Checkerboard floors were polished, and the dark wooden shelves were dusted, so she took this moment of freedom for some fresh air. There was a stench from the ground of Belfry's cemetery. Her hands shook as she knelt to grab a flower. The edges of its vibrant red petals were a sickly white. Do not fall ill yet. She must know the feeble Neils only parted their lips when she sang. So why did she whisper? Our performer is losing her will, they said, their mouths under their palms, and soon we will lose our performers. Belfry's customers had just traded in an earring of Direforge for whatever amount of flowers they trusted it was worth. She ignored the comments, knowing they had taken one too many. Isabel clutched dirt, an earth that shivered in her grasp, as would the nestling to shake powder from her bosom and sing. She licked her palm, tasted the attempt of a dying bird to take flight, and extracted the song. Here lies potential for a beauty, not fragile nor momentary, a daughter and her half-brother, who lack strength to play but revel in their traits, the agile in imagery, he but feather and bone. Here they'll begin, their tales compile in this cemetery, and when the boy's not necessary, shall recognize his tragic nature, vulnerable and temporary, so different from her own. And at the soothing trill, the dirt injected with an elden thrill, grew a flower that whispered to Isabel, a whisper of warning, that the moment winter should extinguish a rising set of embercage wings, an unwilling but vengeful spirit will be unleashed upon the world. Isabel's steps towards Nell's home were accentuated by the artificial snow of early March. Snow that swirled as if the town were shaken by some outside participant in the weather. Wait, I think I made a mistake. With what, Callie? You mean this before this? Wait, this should be chapter 7? Not chapter 8? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Okay. Because this is where the prediction happens. I mean, you don't necessarily... An unwilling but vengeful spirit. And then Gawain dies last chapter, right? I don't know. I mean, it's something to think about. I'll comment on it after I finish reading it and see what I think about the order of it. Because I like things being out of place, so it's not necessarily my word you should take on rearranging the story. Because I like things to be out of order and kind of, like, you know, have an event and then explain the event later. Especially in the chapter right afterwards, right? Gentle earthquake that nonetheless played a part in her clumsy dance towards the piano school for the deaf. Boots upon the sidewalk were as fingers on the piano. No sound played in her ear other than the rumble of the earth beneath her. Contact with the sidewalk, a reminder of Nell's own playing. Nell taught Isabel to play instruments through her feet. Even as she walked, she heard the sound of Nell and her performing together as the center of town. An event that failed to gather any listeners other than creatures that consume the flowers in bloom. So they stopped playing, and when they stopped seeing each other, the ghosts grew as arrogant as trees could reach for the sky. Isabel arrived at Nell's school, not cold nor wet with melted snow. The world allowed sight through the flurry in exchange for hearing. Howling overwhelmed the town. The gargoyles above stared her down as she walked up the stairs. A command resounded from their jaws to something below. She knocked on the door. Beside her were future flowers, a beautiful plant with 3 white bulbs at its center, violet petals closed, keeping them from witnessing all of time all at once. A command to open up, but only slightly. "I've been watching you since you were born, child," the flowers whispered. Isabel shut her eyes with force and shook her head, a shout from hell wanting to escape her lips, but she fell mute, as if the future tells had cast a silhouette of some horrid curse on Isabel. She knew that voice. Corwin? A slight tremor in the silhouette left her. Returned to the future it belonged to. She would have eaten the flower, as there is a chance she would also consume the terrible future it predicted. But it faded away, and after a hum struggled to play in her throat, Nell opened the door for Isabel, pausing for a moment, then spoke. "Sister, there's too much to say and not enough privacy to say it. Come in." Nell explained to Isabel that she's been listening to the flowers, the ghosts and rats that roam the town. The flowers panic on their deathbeds, the ghosts rave with madness that less and less of the town citizens are afraid of them, and the rats expect to have a buffet unfit even for such lowly creatures. Often there's more to such chaos than people choose to see. Find Belfry. He should be at the edge of town, ready to die, said Nell. The town's edge. It was not often that she looked into her own eyes. These were eyes of amber that trapped men like ancient butterflies, searching for a substance sweeter than flowers could provide, searching for an exit from this curved glass. She palmed the smooth surface. She walked at its edge, often distracted by that iris. All she could see was the desperation of men to escape, but she realized this was her desperation. It was a reflection of her own desires, along with a pooling together of men's pity and interest. See, when men observed her, when they even considered her a part of their world, she wanted out, because they did not consider themselves a part of her world. Perhaps that was why Osric left her. She didn't let herself be owned. She wanted the butterflies to know, "You were my prize," because she could not have anyone to herself, though her eyes were that fossilized, undeniable amber. But no, she was the ancestor of that cursed woman, Isolde, and no man wanted to face the wrath of Sol Mono should he return. And the woman who Isolde had showed close relations with during her days alive, the beautiful Silwen, the ancestor of Corwin. She had to prevent the decline of performance. Should the flowers die? Should pious men forget their fear? Isolde. Okay, Isolde. Is how it's pronounced, I believe. Alright. Should the flowers die? Should pious men forget their fear of the supernatural and children make games of their attempts at murder? Sol Mano will rage. Her pupils were forced thin as when the sun braced, unless Callie did a different pronunciation. Makes sense. Her pupils were forced thin as when the sun braced them against the blinding light. The future tells had shown her more than some stalking spirit. They gave her intuition and foresight. This allowed her to see through the glass. Belfry lay in the dirt, an unfinished snow globe in his hands. She pounded at the glass, kicking at it, shoved all her body against it as if she did not possess the weight of a flower. She sang, "If my lover didn't take me, at least the devil would. My teeth will sing a skeleton song, and I'll have hands of wood. Then maybe he will take me, and like two lovers should, we'll dance in our self-made hell under the piano hood." A song as old as the sun, a strange plant grew right at the edge of this glass. Weed repel. A plant with long braided leaves and strong twisting vines. The weed repel shattered. I don't know, I got the idea for the name from AI. I've heard it before, it's Isolde. Alright. Isabel rushed to her master's side and dug. She threw Belfry into the hole she made and prayed the earth would bless him, then allowed some of the blood from her thighs into the earth to make sure of it. She wanted to make sure he wouldn't be left alone, so she stayed and couldn't help looking into the snow globe. There was a crack where weed repels and future spells grew. A cold liquid dripped out. The orb, freezing in her hands, was obscured by condensation. She wiped it away and saw that inside the snow globe was a town in its entirety. The piano school for the deaf, Belfry's cemeteries and churches, Gawain's many mazes, the gardens of her own Osric. She could not believe this, not herself, not what she saw. So she tested the hypothesis. She gave the globe a shake, and the town shook. The weather intensified. Not only that, when the flakes of powder calmed, the voices of the two customers who cheated Belfry of his flowers echoed against the glass. "Our performer is losing her will," they said, their mouths under their palms, "and soon we will lose our performers." But she was not there for them to sneer at, the subject of their gossip, not even a memory. And when they moved their palms away, they witnessed their crooked mouths fall into the concrete, laugh at their owners, and run away. It couldn't be clearer. Belfry used this very snow globe to curse those who wronged him. Could he have placed a forever winter upon the town? Would those who have done nothing, those who did not deserve the punishment, also have their lips betray their faces? "Show me the one I care most for," she whispered into the snow globe. The orb listened, but so did the future spells. A forbidden mix of dark magic and love conjured light pink clouds above the town. Sakuras fell from the sky. Corwin stood at one of the shrines dedicated to the town's ancestors. Isolde, Silwyn, partners with a love so pure that the sun grew jealous and more celebrated their light than his. She whispered, with a petal falling past her eyes. The shade of her iris went from blue to pink and would not return, though the flower had long fallen to the concrete. "You look so much like her," said Corwin. Through the orb, Isabel sensed a sweet sadness, the failed star that could not bring warmth to those in its orbit. She assumed her lover, Corwin, had caused someone's light to fail, but whose? Placing the orb in her pocket, she grabbed the weed repels to make a larger opening in the snow globe and left Belfry there, not without spitting on his grave. Damn! That revelation fucked her over pretty hard. I love it. She's like, wait, you're the one who's been doing this the whole time? Which, like, really shows what Belfry is like for what happens later on, right? Or what has been happening, like what's happening to Gawain and everything. I fucking love it, Callie. This shit is amazing. And again, I love the exposition where you just throw shit in. It's fucking great. Alright, and now we have books. Hell yeah, Callie. Keep it up. Let's go. Oh, I have an updated version. You have an updated version. Alright. Where is said updated version? Is it posted now? No worries, take your time. Posted my whole story so far, but it's broken into tabs by chapter, or chapters by tabs. Sounds good. Sounds good, book. I'm glad I found the higher quality image. There you go, Callie. Hell yeah. Alright, here we go. Chapter 2. Potter walked through the quiet, dimly lit hallways of the eastern wing, the soft sound of her shoes echoing faintly against the stone. This part of the residence was familiar, yet somehow foreign now, as though the passage of time had slightly altered even the air itself. She paused at the door to her grandmother's chambers, inhaling deeply before entering. The old woman was seated by the window, her frail hands clasped in her lap, staring out at the quiet garden. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air, mingling with the sound of the wind rustling in the bamboo outside. Potter had been coming to this room so frequently that it had become second nature to her, sometimes several times a day, slipping between her other duties just to sit with her grandmother, to care for her, to ease her loneliness. Her father and mother would come, of course, but their visits were always brief and formal. The obligation of filial duty weighed heavily on them, a mark of respect rather than affection. They would offer gifts or exchange polite words, then retreat to their own lives. Some of the older siblings would also stop by, but it was never for long. Only Hua lingered, drawn to the frailty of her grandmother, as if some invisible thread bound her to the woman who had once been a constant presence in her life. Hua knelt beside her grandmother's chair, her heart tightening in her chest. The old woman's face was soft with age, and her silver hair, once neatly combed, now hung in loose strands around her face. Hua gently brushed one away, sitting quietly as she took the frail hands in her own. "Grandmother," Hua spoke softly, though she knew the woman's mind was far away. "I'm here." The old woman's eyes fluttered for a moment, but there was no recognition. She smiled faintly, her gaze distant. "Ah, child, are you here to see the flowers?" she asked, her voice trembling. "So many colors, so many faces." Hua's throat tightened. The flicker of hope in her chest dimmed, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she sat quietly by her grandmother, absorbing the silence that seemed to wrap itself around them both. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to drift back in time. A memory surfaced of a spring afternoon years ago when she had sat in her grandmother's side under a crabapple tree. The air had been heavy with blossoms, bees lazily drifting through the branches. Poirot had been her hands fumbling with a spool of gold thread as she carefully embroidered pink satin. "You're too solemn, Aji," her younger self had said, her voice soft but insistent. "Always reading, always hiding in corners. You'll terrify your husband with your silence." Poirot had smiled, not looking up from her work. "And you'll terrify yours with your laugh." Her grandmother had laughed then, a gentle, knowing sound. "She's right, child," she'd said, adjusting Poirot's hair with a soft, loving touch. "You're like a lotus, quiet, graceful, beautiful, but don't forget to bloom in the sun sometimes." It's younger sister, not self. Wall. Typo. Well, always good to have someone read it out loud, because then you figure that stuff out as you go, right? You don't get absorbed in the words if you're listening to someone else, right? Memory faded, and Hua felt her heart ache with the loss of that woman, the grandmother who had once been her guiding star, the one who had known her, truly known her, when the world felt too heavy for a young girl to bear. Now, as the wind whispered through the bamboo and the lamp flickered beside them, Hua gently squeezed her grandmother's hand. "It's all right, grandmother. I'm here," she whispered, though she knew the woman might never truly remember. For a brief moment, as she sat in the quiet room, the ache in her chest softened. She wasn't just the daughter of a duke, a girl who'd been promised to a man she didn't know. In this space, with her grandmother's frail hands in hers, she was still that little girl, safe, loved, and cherished. And though her grandmother no longer recognized her, Hua found comfort in the connection they still shared, the echo of her grandmother's love lingering in the silence. That night, Hua clutched Bye-Bye, as though the tiny dog were an anchor against a rising tide. The oil lamp flickered beside her, casting restless shadows on the painted screen of the cranes in flight. Outside, the wind rustled through the bamboo groves like whispered warnings, and somewhere in the distance a nightingale cried, thin and mournful, like a girl's voice swallowed by the dark. Wei Yu. The name echoed in her mind like a drum in an empty hall. He was not merely cold, ambitious, and handsome. He was the only son of a prestigious military lineage, his father a famed general who had once quelled a rebellion in the southern provinces. The Wei household would not, though not as old as her own, held influence where it mattered, with the sword, the soldiers, and the court. He was said to ride like a demon and shoot with terrifying precision. Even among the sons of nobility, Wei Yu was considered formidable, and unlike many of the idle young masters of the capital, Wei Yu had earned his reputation not through poetry or parties, but through command, discipline, and ruthlessness on the training grounds. What kind of husband would such a man be? Her sisters had always spoken of him as though he were a prize, a hero in the making, but Hua could only see the vast gulf between their lives. She had grown up behind silk curtains and carved screens, steeped in the scent of ink and lotus paste, trained to move like water and smile without showing teeth. He had been raised among drills, battle maps, and the smell of iron and sweat. She doubted he would have patience for a wife who stammered or flinched, certainly not one who dreamed of being invisible. Did Wei Yu even know the engagement still stood? The match had been arranged when she was still in swaddling clothes, a promise between her late grandfather and General Wei. But such things were easily forgotten, unless, as now, they became useful again. And now, as scandal rippled through her father's house like cracks in a porcelain vase, she feared the truth. Her marriage might not be a ceremony of joy, but a transaction, swift, silent, a silken offering, tied up and sent out before gossip could stain the family name further. She closed her eyes and thought back to earlier that evening, just after she had left the study. She had been walking past the central courtyard when the shouting began. A concubine's voice, sharp with panic, had risen above the usual hush of the household. Then another, her third mother's steward, perhaps trying to silence her. A young maid had burst into the corridor, eyes wide with fear, only to stop short upon seeing Hua-Er. She bowed hastily and backed away, as though her presence might somehow worsen the offense. From within the hall, sobbing, then the unmistakable crack of a porcelain teacup shattering on stone. Her sister, Ruolan. Barely 15, soft-spoken, spoiled, and always dreaming of romance like a court drama. Pregnant, unwed. The pieces had fallen into place as Hua-Er stood silent behind a column, the cold of the floor seeping into her shoes. It explained her father's urgency, the abruptness of the summons, the need to prove that at least one daughter could still be married off without shame. She remembered now how the servants had whispered in recent weeks about Ruolan's sudden secretiveness, how she had stopped coming to embroidery practice, how she lingered near the gates during delivery hours, eyes bright as though waiting for something or someone. And then the letters. Hua-Er had caught only glimpses, folded rice paper, scented with ink and sandalwood, a seal pressed hastily, broken with trembling fingers. At the time, she had assumed it was just childish vanity, some harmless game of stolen glances and girlish daydreams. But it hadn't been harmless. The boy, no servant's son or passing scholar, but a noble youth from a military household in the western quarter, had written to Ruolan regularly under the guise of trading poetry. His family was minor nobility, newly ennobled by battlefield merit and eager to rise further. Hua-Er had never learned his name, only that he had come with his uncle to consult with the Ministry of Works months earlier. That must have been how they met, across a garden wall, perhaps, or when Ruolan had slipped away during a visit with the front hall to the front hall with a visit for Ruan had slipped away during a visit to the front hall with her mother. The details were still unclear, but the result was undeniable. A child, a disgrace, already. Word would be leaking through the estate like dye through silk. Servants knew, some would speak, others would sell the tale to the gossip mongers or whisper it through the back corridors of noble homes. It was only a matter of time before it reached court. She returned to her quarters without a word. Now, Bye-Bye stirred in her lap, sensing her unease. He nosed at her wrist and gave a small wheezing yawn before resting his chin on her arm. His eyes, dark and shiny as river stones, blinked at her with quiet concern. "You're the only one who doesn't want anything from me," she murmured. Her fingers brushed his fur. She buried her face against his small warm body and whispered, "I'm not ready." But readiness had never been a requirement. Damn! That's pretty good. Definitely sets the setting, shows the character development of, like, finding out and the exposition, and then the twist at the end. The only thing I will say is, like, mentioning the bamboo 3 times. Maybe only mention the bamboo once and mention some other aspect, unless the bamboo is important. Because mentioning it a couple times makes you, like, wonder if the bamboo is important. But if it is important, like in the next chapter, then keep it. If it's not important, then like only mention it once and then use the other ones to say something else. Oh yes, there's some other issues as well. I just added the first half of a couple of hours ago. Yeah, no worries, all good. Just trying to give my opinion out, right? Alright, well now we are on to editing for Cryogen. Where are we? I think this is where we are. There was something else I wanted to change that I can't remember. It's from the very beginning. It was the autopilot scene. I got one thing crossed off my list to do. To-do list. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, book. I want to change this to something, but I don't know what to change it to. I think I need to work on my other story for a bit, give my brain a rest from the weight of red silk. Always good to do multiple things. This is my new idea. An ecological fantasy with elemental dragons. Ooh, that sounds cool, book. Okay, that's just one thing I was obsessing over. Okay. The main thing we're going for right now is just like, do we have the scene structure? We can worry about everything else later. Do we have the scene structure? And what was our decision? Take steps to improve his life. My working title for now is Where the Elements Wake. Oh, that's a good title, book. I love it. It's very evocative. Gives you a sense of where you're coming from, and like the idea of the book is in you know, the habitat and like, you know, feeding, mating, and you know, structural community habitat type things of dragons. Like family structure and stuff like that. All the good things that you need to know if you're studying a species. Can I brainstorm with you instead of AI? See if it works just as well? Yeah, go ahead, book buyer. I'm totally down for that. Someone attempted to foster elemental dragon population without becoming a snack in the process. True, Sean. You gotta be a monster hunter to do that. So this is where we're really struggling. But fictional world, human versus nature. They are the source of power in the world, human and dragon. To reset unisets. I think these need to be like reversed. So whatever this is. Well, now he's going to finish. Okay, no, never mind. That's just finishing the goal of the first one to reset the uniceps. So this is all actually part of this. Because it's originally getting rid of the original goal. Reset, stretched case, cargo, tired, rest, data terminal, looking through the files, inspect the future routes. So this would be the next one. Action is investment. Goal to improve his standing. Conflict. Searching for the right investment. Found investment, but it's old. Talking about incomplete resets, stretched, machines below managing the cargo, hold himself over to the cargo manifest data terminal, began to look through the files, inspecting the future routes he would be taking, thinking of new routes he could take if only he had his own vessel. First struggle will be learning a new stylish ship. Figure out the opportunity, size was no consequence, blinking behind. Okay, no, he just goes to bed. Whoops. Like dragons are in decline and some brave soul is attempting to increase their reproduction without becoming a snaky snack. It's what the description made me think of. Might be a very tension-filled tale. Not quite. The first half is right, but it's about a girl and a baby dragon bonding. Ah. Nice. Oh, I almost forgot to mention something. What, Sean? So actually, yeah, you know what? This is all still part of this. Up until here. This is his imaginings of the future. And now... sakes. This, which is action, fix the life support. Solve the issue. Has looked, or where he has tried everything he can think of, but he is losing functionality due to loss of oxygen. He is losing functionality due to loss of oxygen. Disaster. Can't think of what to do. Eddie in the mix! There you go, buddy guy! Sending it off. What a good guy this guy is. He loves doing his stuff. I have an idea for a video game based on Star Trek called Prime Directive. Player is a fresh graduate from the academy. En route to their duty station, the ship crashes on a pre-warp world, and they are the sole survivor. Must survive 6 in-game months before rescue without being discovered or affecting the development of the local society. Damn, that would be intense, Sean. Just today, I thought if it could work for a TTRPG instead, all players are survivors with the DM picking the tech level, environment, and alien species type. True. And what kind of, like, what successfully works on the ship of technology that they have available to them in order to facilitate them hiding. And this is the reaction. Thinks he's gonna die. Dilemma. Well, he's panicking. How do we word the dilemma? Counterpoint. And I know this has been done before. Romance story where they become romantically involved with someone from the pre-warp world and have the dilemma of whether to remain there with them or return home. Ooh, true, Levi. Power is limited. Must make smart decisions before time runs out. Make contact to ask for rescue. Use med bay to alter appearance and insert subdermal comm unit. Then ensure the ship isn't discovered. Solutions vary based on tech level. In Roman era, just bury the ship if possible. At high tech levels, must self-destruct ship, etc. Makes sense. Out of options. Start from the beginning with a clear focus. I think this is where we end it. And this is where he has, like, a new... goal, conflict, disaster. Goal here is... Okay, so this is... Never use a phaser in a situation where you're unwilling to kill all sentients, or else capture them to remove from world at end of rescue. Now, that last one would be a hard sell. It would work, but would also be frowned upon. No matter what, there will be a courts martial hearing, even if it's a formality. True, Sean. Can never get away with that kind of shit. So the goal is to find an investment. Conflict is... what did we say the conflict was? Basically, the idea of video game was to be a survival puzzle game or stealth survival. Interesting. Interesting, Sean. Input time has certain time. Okay, let's just hold on here. Just go. Decision. Start from the beginning with a clear, focused mind. Finds the Stargate tech, but it's old. Okay, and then this should be the reaction, which is found Stargate tech, dilemma, it's 9 months old, decision, actually, how do we say this? Reaction is happy. Dilemma is... People didn't see its war decision. See its war vests. Okay, then we got another action reaction. So goal. What's the goal here? To pass time with Paul's conflict. This is supposed to be like a huge time skip. An idea for a new Star Trek Series 2 taking place sometime after TNG, aboard the USS Serac, named after Spock's father, in honor of his service as an ambassador, and as such it would be an ambassadorial ship focusing on disputes between various worlds and the politicizing involved in maintaining peace. I think it could be a fun show if handled correctly. True. So, it's actually to buy his own ship. Conflict is no responses. Or is that the disaster? Oh wait, this is all under the same one, right? We're still looking for disaster. We have no responses. What's after no responses? The way the public looks at it? Yeah, so the disaster is you are not ready for technology. Wait. Okay, now here's the reaction. Pity. Dilemma. Went on this path. Dilemma. Did he have anything? Another stream with sax and violence tonight, since Gandalf appeared multiple times in the React video. True! Okay, this is where we gotta add in like an entirely new scene. Truck stop. Meeting grounds. Needs to be referenced in another scene above at some point, so it doesn't feel jumbled. Truck stop meeting grounds. Discuss with other truckers progress of the time. This is exposition for how truckers and station management keep these standards across millennia. Kind of bar or strip club, maybe. Robot strippers. Holograms? I don't know. We'll have to think about that. He's partying because he's moving up. So let's do the scene. Left off, heading to the canteen. I'm not even going to say where he's going, I'm just going to say entered the access port. It's goal. Leave the ship and go to the bar / strip club. Conflict. Something like he tells people how old he is and how long he's been doing this. This sets up later for when he becomes oldest man in the universe. Kind of thing. Leave him. Into argument. Tries to walk away. other guys won't let him. Decision. Run away. Emergency. Robots. Stop the counter before happens and drunk guys or some shit. Who the fuck knows? Hi, Callie. Find a strip club and some like-minded people. Not mention his business. He is partying too hard with his buddies. Yep. Strippers. I'm like the opposite of my name. I don't write, I just exist, and I sucks. No, I sucks, Callie. This shit is terrible. I might stop exercising. Don't stop exercising. That gets blood flowing to your brain, Callie. That gets you, like, more creative. Eddie in the mix! True, 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 buddy guy. You know how it goes. Keep those vibes high and fly, brother. Flowing and glowing, good sir. No, we're on this. Home over. Has a message from a seller. So we can have life on the station and like a trucker's life kind of injected into this scene, because it's a scene we kind of need to have, right? I don't know. Guess today I'll try focusing on writing first and then exercise. At least I got my shop up, and then I can do the mini podcast I'm planning on doing. Ooh, a podcast? What about, Callie? focus on the new ship and leave the partying behind. Say goodbye to buddies. Seize other dudes from that night. Leaves without saying goodbye to buddies. Rest for time. Wait. We're here, right? So this is the reaction to that. Podcast has to be about something. I just read snippets of my book out loud as teasers. Read. Well, that's what your podcast is about. Your podcast is about reading snippets of your book out loud as teasers. That's what I meant. What is it about? I guess I could have worded it, what do you do on your podcast? But, you know, it was just an immediate response. No factless trash. Check out my novel. Hey, buddy. How's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. If you want me to read your stuff, you can post it in the Discord. And go into the public stories, and you can post in there. And I will read whatever you want me to read. Good sir. Always good to have another writer in here. Because this is the reaction. Focus on the ship and leave the party behind. Providing it doesn't break Twitch TOS, that is. I'm not like Sean. I'm like, how would a story break Twitch to TOS? Because it's fiction, right? Okay, there is one. But it's something you don't even think about because subject matter and it has to be bad. Yeah, there's one. Other than that, or anything to do with kids, but even like, I'm technically torturing a kid in my book. Like what they do to Zayd, even though you don't really see it, you just see the aftermath of what they do, but they do like the blood eagle thing to him and then cut off his head. I think it was something like the Turner Diaries, you could get in trouble. I mean, but we're talking like fictional works. We're not talking non-fiction, like actually reading someone's manifesto. I mean like actual fiction stories that are clearly fiction and not based off of anything, that don't include CP. I'm just trying to think, like, what in what circumstance would that Turner Diaries is fiction? What is it about? It's an explicitly white nationalist piece of fiction. But it's... In that case, I guess maybe, because it is clearly trying to push an agenda. Right? But a story that wasn't so heavily trying to push an agenda, that had extreme racism in it, I don't think that in and of itself is a reason. Like, there's racism in my book, right? Haven't read it, but it's one of those books people talk about. I mean, I read a synopsis and it's words like race traitor, and it's using like a lot of wording that I would say is reminiscent of reality. Even roots could be an issue now. What's roots? No, it's Roots, the Saga of an American Family, and it's like the origins of a black family, and it's like, it has elements of like, it says like research in archives and libraries to sort families, like oral tradition with written records. It is a rather accurate depiction of how slavery really works. It has a lot of racial slurs and such, too. See, if they had slurs in it, I'd just skip the slurs and say a different word, right? Oh, that's what Kunta Kinte is from? Not sure about that one. But yeah. I could see that if it's like if it has if it's racial and it has an agenda that is extremely related to reality, but like something like all orcs are evil, like in Lord of the Rings, kind of racism, where it's like just character racism, where it's like this entire species is evil, and there's no redeeming factor about this species. It is just the embodiment of hatred and twisted being because they're literally the deprived forms of fallen elves. That's where that character is from, played by LeVar Burton. He's referenced a bunch in industrial rap music. Interesting. Didn't know that. So did it... Wait... Welcome, welcome, no factless trash to the Discord. Don't see your story yet, but if you do post it in there, let me know. I'm not quite looking over there, and I don't want to miss it. I think he's actually, like... And this is him negotiating. Sally Fields was in the movie, and she used the N-word on there too, but no cancel culture for her. Oh, of course. Of course. So he's hungover. It's the reaction to... Leaves without saying goodbye. And then this is the reaction, which is hungover. Is a message from a seller. Focus on the new ship. Leave the party behind. try to negotiate a new price, which is following his goal, which is negotiate new price, conflict, owner is dead, disaster, he has to deal with the government. Okay. Headache. I don't know who that is, but we're not so far gone. We get on actors' cases about the N-word. People hardly get on Tarantino's case about it, and he wrote himself saying it. How long would it take to safely reach light speed, I wonder? Because an instant accel would turn you into paste. And then as soon as you hit light speed, you'd have to begin decel, because you're already there. Yeah, that's why, like, achieving light speed, you'd only want to go, like, a 99.8% light speed, right? You'd want to try and fold space as opposed to traveling at the speed of light. Unless, Sean, you're talking about turning yourself into, like somehow messing with the wave particle function to turn actual physical particles, not photons, but like take photons and copy and paste those over the natural matter and turn matter into waves in a way that light acts as waves, and then send that matter at the speed of light and then particleize it. So you're only moving at the speed of light as a wave, so there's no physical force, so you wouldn't have to worry about acceleration or deceleration. You would literally just pop out and then pop into existence. But you'd have to find a way of using quantum entanglement on every single particle with a photon in order to change the properties of that to a non-collapsed wave functioning photon. But you're using a photon to do it, so who knows if it's even possible because of how quantum entanglement and quantum mechanics work due to observation and interaction. It's more wondering about the math for how long it would take, assuming you could actually do it. Yeah, I don't know. It would depend on what type of material you were making it out of, right? Because most likely you're using some sort of, like, star-forged iron, right? True, Callie. True. To deal with the government. His reaction is... It is what it is. How would he handle the Kirk stand? Leave it at dry dock with the... Oh, I have a perfect idea for a new scene here. Leave it at a dry dock with the government when it gets new ship. So we have a new scene. The G-force of acceleration is what I'm talking about. You can't just instantly go to light speed, or any organic matter inside the ship becomes this layer on the rear bulkhead. You'd have to slow accelerate until you reach full speed. But what I'm saying, Sean, is you would turn yourself and everyone on the ship into a wave function. So no one would actually exist. You would be a probability of a wave function. And then you would send that wave function to the speed of light, hit your destination, and then collapse the wave function again, creating everything into a particle. So there would be no physical effect because everything would be in a probability state, where all possible actions cancel each other out until just the standard one occurs. Okay, I think we need to move this. Maybe we just put it up here. And we'll just do another one of these because we're not sure about it. Honestly, an easier thing to conceptualize might be that you're converting into a massless state and then consequently not suffering the effects of inertia, since that requires mass. Yeah, exactly, Levi. You're basically turning yourself into energy. It'd be like beaming yourself across the universe. So this new reaction scene hastily begins registration. Dilemma, he has to talk to the company. Decision, he is able to dock and secure the work stand as decommissioned. So this is a new scene. Wait, where is the new scene? No, actually, this is just where the new scene is. New scene. Talks to company. Goal. Get permission. Conflict. Thank you, Sean. Beer. Oh my god, it's such a fucking retarded word. Why can't it just be easy? B-E-A-U. B-Aura. B-Aura. Crassy. You're all wrong. You're all wrong. No one can fucking... Oh, no one can spell it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. B. Aura. Crassy. No one can fucking spell it. Okay. I like the other one. I can actually figure out how the fuck it's spelled. So it's Bura. Bura. Oe. Crassy. Holy shit. I put the EU chain in the wrong spot, but I had the sequence right. Oh my god. You can't even... How many times do you have to do it? The autocorrect can't even get it. This fucking word is retarded. Conflict is bureaucracy. Disaster is... Station they want him to land it at adds many years to journey messes with the whole plan. Boo! His reaction, angry, dilemma. Should he just ignore it and do the original plan? He wants to have a good record for when he moves up sides. Just go along with it. Action, goal to contact the station ship he wants to buy its own situation, how to handle it, conflict. He has no solutions. They can't help him. Reaction. Tries to rethink the plan. Dilemma. Running out of time. Decision. Decides to haul the Kirkstand with the new ship. cargo trailer is not connected, so it connected. Or call the new ship with Kirk. Stand and learn how to pilot the ship while he's in transit. Okay, here, this solves another issue too, right? Either way, he needs to learn how to pilot the ship. So this is an entirely new scene we need here. But that leads us back to this, which is exactly what we need. What's the goal here? Cute Muffin! Yo, yo! How's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. No stream today? That's okay, Muffin. It is what it is, right? You can't win them all. We try our best, but you know, we're only human, right? Never think of it as a failure. Just think of it as, you know, a growing experience. Sometimes you need to take a step back, you know, and observe from like a different perspective, right? You got to give yourself that that resting time. We're doing good. I've so far come up with, I think, 2 new scenes. We need to come up with a couple new ones though. Make the story even longer. But that's not what we're trying to do. But it's just we're trying to connect some dots in the storyline that are not exactly all, you know, connected. And creating a couple of new plot points to like develop the inner workings of the character instead of just having most of the story be pretty much a montage. But, you know, this story is going to be our most magnificent thing written when it's finally done. So we'll see how it goes. I'm thinking about putting it on hold and going back to writing a couple of other short stories, like really short, you know, shorter stories, not quite this length, just so I can get some more YouTube videos out. Should probably start the story soon. Put it off for 6 weeks. That's okay. I put off writing for 18 years, Muffin. You got tons of time. So I think actually this is a good spot to end. And I think what we're going to do tomorrow is just, I'm going to come up with a story for tomorrow, and we're going to write a new story tomorrow. And I think we might do like an on and off. So we'll do like a writing of a story, then we'll do an editing of Cryogen, then we'll do an editing of the story, then we'll do editing of Cryogen, then we'll do writing of a story. So we'll kind of just like rotate through it so we can still do other stories, but we're still going to make this our like main focus for editing. It's just I kind of want to go back to writing, and like editing, you know, it helps a bit, but again, the main point is I just want to write another story, you know? So I don't like to get bogged down on too long of a story. I like to keep them nice and short. But this one just kind of just kept going because it was so expansive and great. I'm just in a Minecraft thing. Once I get bored of that, I'll go back to mostly TM, then chess. Then I'll find it first Monster Hunter stream and start. Hell yeah. It's all about continuously evolving your stream and doing new things and figuring new things out, and, you know. doing what you want, but also keeping it entertaining. And I don't think like editing is as entertaining as I can make writing. But this is the first like week where we've been editing, and this is the second day basically where we've been actually sat down and edited, and we're almost about halfway through. So I think that's not too bad considering we have to completely write entirely new scenes now. But we knew we had to rewrite them because we have to put in like the lot lizard and everything else like that too. So the lock liquor. But for now, we are moving towards the next stage. Because it appears that this guy joined the Discord, but he never posted his book in the Discord, unfortunately. Mr. What was his name? No Facts. No Factless Trash. Epic name. Has Val been here since he left? Not very active in my streams right now. No, I do not believe he has been back, Muffin, and if he has just been lurking. Which I don't think he's capable of doing, so I don't think he's come back. He really had a fucking crash out, man. He was really not happy with that shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, bro. If you felt that strongly about it, I don't, like, that's the case of the man who wants power versus the man who should have power. Valiant Boy was definitely in the category of someone who wanted the power, which is someone who shouldn't have it. I don't know why, but now I have 3 French friends. Nice, Muffin! Hell yeah, that's dope. Okay, we're inside this dungeon, and we're ready to go. I just gotta take a piss and grab some drink. I'll be right back. And then we can begin. All right. One second. All right. Of the out I am being. Have a great game. True, Sean. Have a great night, man. Thanks for hanging out and having some fun with us, man. Always appreciated, brother. How did I fucking miss?
Change screen layout.
True. Thanks, Eggy. How's it going, Eggy? Have you been lurking this entire time? And you just say that. You're the best mod ever, Eggy. Keeping me on track. Looking for like 4 hours. The stream's only been live 3.5 hours. That's awesome. Preempting me. Just like Sean. Lurking in the shadows of the offline chat. Your mom, bitch! Get some, pussy! Fuck cares about you, bitch? I forgot about this tactic. Now that we're actually fighting people, where does the other guy that I killed go? Where's his body?
To arms! To arms!
Oh shit! I've come to a new area. I didn't know I was coming here. I don't know where I am. Fine, I will do my... Oh damn, he got fucked. Why jog when you can sprint? As always. Has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. You are a journeyman of athletics. Sprinting now consumes slightly less fatigue. I quite enjoy this game, but I just mash the Frost Shock spell and win. It's not so interesting. Is that spell good? Am I just using a really shitty spell? Okay, well none of this armor is broken, so... Seems to be. I button mashed it to be the champion of the arena. What difficulty? I've come up with an idea for a novel. Oh, cool, Callie. Go ahead. My bar is 75% from the end. I am trying to play on the lowest level possible, though. That's why I'm still level 7. So we haven't gone over there yet. Let's go over there. Oh, OG Oblivion. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a PC to run remastered, so he's playing 2009 Oblivion. Bitch. I say no, motherfucker. Got here. Got here. Got here. Bitch. Okay, so we'll go to this place now. Koi fish are transformed into humans and the world is split by an ocean wall that separates it into the realms of cottage, core, and dark academia. I'm a Breton mage, so my blue bar never seems to go down no matter how fast I button mash spells. Damn. I use 2 spells and I'm out of fucking mana. You'd have more mana if you leveled up. Yeah, I guess that's true. Leveling's up for pussies, though. Let's do soul level 1, guys. That's what it's all about. Goes. Bitch. 69 destruction. Hell yeah, let's go. Leveling up usually makes the game harder. At least for Oblivion. Ah, because it scales? Fuck, how did I miss? Bitch. I went to the vampire lair in Cryogen and the head guy just sprinted at me like a tard. I shit my pants. Italk, what kind of content of yours gets the most views so I can do it too? I don't know, Callie. I don't get views. I'm gonna tell you that. I just simply don't get views. Nowhere do I get views. Like, you guys are my audience. You guys are the guys that are here every day. You're the only guys who watch my shit. So I mean, and most of you say you're here for the vibe. You're not even really here for the type of content. Whether I'm doing reading, writing, reacting, video games. I was telling Levi I accidentally stole from a shop and ended up in an infinite arrest resist loop with 5 Imperial guards. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed now. I will stream tomorrow. Good luck, mates. Good night, mates. Good night, Muffin. Have a good night. A splendid sleep, good sir. Is there a way to make it so it always zooms in when I open the map? I'm here for the vibe and the reacts. Nice. Good to know, Eggy. So I guess, Callie, the question is, you should ask the audience what they want. But you said one of your things gets the most engagement, interaction. Was it the reactions or the reading? I like the discussion around the reacts and when you explain how you'll implement them into your story. Yeah, that's what I'm going for, Eggy. Glad you appreciate it. I'm not quite sure, Callie. I'm trying to think about what that might be.
Fuck you.
True! Fuck you, Muffin. Have a good night, good sir. I like the yapping, but I also often just watch a video on the side and zone out. Yeah, that's what I figure a lot of people do, Levi. I mean, that's basically what I do when I watch... Because I watch like 5 streams at once. So I'm just ADHD like that. Just keep my attention. Just Pick the next flower. That's all I gotta do. Move to the next flower. Shit. Okay, well, we did this place. We were still running south, right? Trying to find one of these places. I would say I think the content that people like the most is me talking about like writing, not necessarily actually writing, but talking about it. The reacts, integration, the ideas. Right? I was watching someone yesterday play as the cat people, and he has special boots on. He was just jumping like 50 feet high and pinging everything with one-shot arrows. That sounds like a good time. Khajiit. I believe you are talking about the Khajiit. Didn't even realize you could jump till like 4 hours in. Yeah, in old games you can jump. I don't know what it is. Like apparently you can't jump in Assassin's Creed Shadows. What is this? What is this place? Call on. Draw power from the well. Cool. Fun fact, in ESO, the Khajiit are on the villain team. Did not know that, Levi. Is this another one of these puzzle things that I need to solve? That has a freaking switch somewhere or something? At least I can steal soul gems from here? Question mark? I'm currently in a meeting called Equality is Everyone's Duty. Interesting. Looking for any kind of switch, any kind of mechanism. What about this? Oh, it's a pressure plate. Did that do something? It opened the door! It was a pressure plate! Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. That sounds bad. Haha, duty. All duties are equally stinky. This game is puzzles, bro. I'm too retarded for that shit. I'm just wondering what kind of cool thing could be in here that you could get at the end of this. I miss book. True, Callie. True. Levi, is there a game like this where it has cool lore, but I don't need to think? Okay, we've been everywhere. The fuck? Where did you come from? It's called Daggerfall, but you need an innate sense of direction. I guess Mountain Blade is. Zombies freak me out. Woo! There wasn't anything in here before. Why is there zombies now? What do I do to deserve this? What did I open? Who did I curse? Guys, I have a secret. Ooh, Callie, what is it? I swear I've explored everywhere here. Used to make boyfriend ASMR. Character has zombies. My guy walks like he's made of stone. Very interesting, Callie. How did that go? Was it successful, Callie? Zombies like your guy is rapid. That's not the button I want. Did you accidentally press caps lock, Iggy? Yeah, I did that. If you press caps lock, you just walk.
Zoomies.
Oh, zoomies. Yeah, see, I'm retarded. You can't trust me with anything. Are there things coming after me? Fucking mud crab bullshit, motherfucker. Bitch. Probably. I left caps lock on. Is it quicker not to? I don't know. RP walking everywhere isn't too bad. Cannot gather the dragonfly? Shift to sprint usually breaks you out of walk mode. No, I'm not walking, but my guy's runs at probably 30% of top speed. My guy fast, my guy speed, my guy do what he need, bitch! Okay, let's go over this area. No, Maybe it's heavy versus light armor thing. I'm wearing only light armor too. Athletics probably just too low. No, I'm just a Dunmer. I made my guy look like a fat monk. I wonder if the fat slider affects speed. Fuck. How come you're still in the ropes? Well, I have this. My helmet is no, and my body gives me... I don't know why it's not showing. Oh. Fortify endurance, and this one is... Fortify speed. Oh yeah, this one gives me speed. Maybe that's why. Your build seems more fun because you're zooming around throwing spells. I'm just fucking around. I just want conjuring, honestly. That's what I should be spamming. It's so far behind destruction now. But I should really be spamming it. Okay. Some sort of chapel up here. Does the scamp you summon the next level up from the skeleton? I think so. I need to get something better, though. I just couldn't get anything at the time. Okay, there's supposedly a cave here. I recommend the arena if you want easy gold. I saw Levi doing it, so I had to go. It's pretty fun. Yeah, but I'm trying to find, like, something... I'm trying to find the, a statue. A Daedric statue, so I can, continue on with the main quest line. Either that or lockpicks, so I can carry on with the Dark Brotherhood. Honestly, arena's only pretty average for gold. It's great starting out. Damn. What do those do? Fortify strength on self. Nice. Spell absorption. What? How did I do that spin? Did you guys see that? That was badass. How did I do that? Or was that just a glitch? Yes, it got me from 40 gold to 5k at least. I only have one lockpick. Just like I said, starter gold. Okay, I haven't gone down that side, but we can do that on the way back, I guess, unless this comes out somewhere else. Who knows? Oh shit! Oh shit! He's coming for me! Bitch! Motherfucking Doho, Fomo, Rodo, Burmo, Toe. Torodomo, Furdo. Scared the shit out of me. Bitch ass rat. It's a rat! Get rid of those rats. We only like roaches here, not rats. Funny, the characters reflect us, I think. In what way, Eggy? That I want her to be my Futadami mommy? I mean, what? You're hopping around everywhere saying, fuck it. True. Ow. And my guy takes 5,000 hours to do everything and takes 0 risks. Fuck. Bitch! Get some! You can take me on? Huh? Huh? Come on, scamp! There we go. Take him down. In the face! Hit him in the dick! Nice! You dead. Fucking... I need more lockpicks. Ooh, shield on self. Fortify endurance and fortify strength, though. Big questions, big questions. I have the Claymore of Sapping. You. Okay. Does it cause health drain or something? I'm not quite sure. Drain magicka. It drains their magicka. Yeah, it's out of charges. But it's good against mages. The fuck is that thing? What the fuck is that thing? Why aren't you looting all the imps? I am I not? I swear I am. Did I miss out on these ones? Their galls are worth some decent clash. I thought I was looting them all. Oh shit, I missed. Fucking troll. Holy shit, we killed it. Weak to fire, I think. Sounds about right. I think this is the end of the cave. Wait. Looks like the end of the cave. Okay, that's just a dead end. I wish this game had grenades. That would be crazy. You know, enemies sat in little groups? Yeah. Well, I can't get lost because there's only one possible way to go. Okay, let's go over here and see if there's a Daedric shrine over here. Quest continues. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, bitch, come back. Where you going?
How are you?
Oh my god, it just has to be like super fucking laggy. Holy shit, 270 weight now? How'd I get so much weight?
May I help you?
Okay. Bitch, talk to me. I just saved your life, ho! Fucking skank. I'm so tempted to attack her.
It's you. Hi.
Oh my god, let me fucking talk to it! Couriers fleeing for their life.
Hail. Sorry, no time to talk. I have to deliver these copies of the Black Horse Courier. Here, take a copy. It's free.
Well, for fuck's sakes, I don't want your soliciting bullshit. What a goddamn fucking bitch. Thought she was worth something. No. Should have let her die to the bandit. Fuck. Fuck. Thank God I didn't hit her. She's running backwards. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. He's trying to come to me, but he's going to her. That was fucking great. Oh my God, am I gonna die? What the fuck? He juked. What the fuck is this shit? Why is this guy so strong? Holy shit, die. That was insane. Part of it is that your apparel is broken. I guess that's true. I need to level up my smithing so I can fix my own gear. Ooh, Moraham. Is this a city? Started reading Fire Punch, and Fujimoto is right out of the gate with it, knocking it out of the park. Nice. Talk scamp, it's me. True. Okay, let's try something. Like that. I'd say I'm more of a little rascal. True. Nice, more soul gems. Oh shit. You realize that when you become arena champion, a little twink follows you around? Oh, damn. Really, Aggie? I need to get on that. By the way, I mean that chapter 1 has cannibalism and incest because Fujimoto is a little freak. Ah. Why are you on the main quest? I haven't given you the amulet back yet. I'm not on the main quest. I'm looking for a frickin' shrine. A Daedric shrine. Okay, not quite sure what to do other than rob the place. I'm not sure if these have any significance to the storyline. They seem to be like almost like Dwemer or Dwarven technology. But again, we seem to have explored everywhere, unless that's like, no. No cages on this one. Sad face. Fuck am I going? Completely wrong direction. There we go. Where the fuck did his body go? I don't know, it's gone. Is that a gate to Oblivion? Yes. Nothing over here. Oh, I might as well switch this on because this is broken, right? Juke that motherfucker. Bitch. Ah! Hey, Intoxication! Finally managed to sneak on in and catch you live. Visceral Vocabulary, welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? We're getting stuck all over the place here. Yeah, man, we've been doing good. Except I'm trying to progress in the Oblivion main storyline, but I need another Daedric artifact because I don't want to give this one up. So we were randomly running around trying to find Daedric artifacts and Oblivion gates. I think we've gone everywhere there. Damn world-ending events, huh? Yep. They sure take your mind off of the mundane things of trying to just, you know, write down your thoughts and progress your stories. But no, the world just won't let you sit back and relax. It has to press you on an adventure that you would much rather write down than experience for yourself. So we wound up behind the Oblivion gate. And these are the entrances that we want now. Which one is the main one? I don't know. Anguish Keep. Interesting. That's some truth. I always think a good benchmark for a story is if you would hate to be your character, but you put it way better just now. Yeah, that's how I always think, because I'm the type of person that's like, I do horrible things to my characters. Oh, this one's a bit of a doozy. You gotta at least pay attention. I don't know if that's possible, Levi, but maybe I'll just take a toke. We'll step back for a second. We'll take a toke. And, oh. Get our mind set. There are levers. And you gotta see them. Oh, fuck. It's something I'm supposed to have to see? They expect you to be able to see when you play this game? I'm fucking blind. If you jump in the fire pit, you get infinite. No, Eggy. Eggy, there's no way. There's no way, bro. There's no way. I don't believe it. Fuck! Fuck! Wait, was that the fire you were talking about? Hold on, wait, was that the fire you were talking about? Oh, snap, legendary toke of perception plus 10. Yeah, pretty much. No, I meant the other fire pit. Sorry. True, Eggy, true. Okay. Levers my ass, bitch. Let's fucking do this. We'll find out one way or another, guys. It's always a challenge, but that's okay. It's called character building. It's called a fucking landmine! No. No! No! Okay, well, we're not going there. That's right. Oh god, I almost fell. Nice. Take him down. 42 blade. Hell yeah, guys. We're getting that blade up. This is a fucking dead end. Ah! Okay, you missed. The tiniest inch pushed me over the side. Oh shit. He down. Alright, up and up and up and up and up. So far, no levers. So far, no levers. Which is probably a bad thing, because that means I probably missed them. I like how the Hell Demons made sure to have fancy stained glass windows. They are people of style, Eggy. Style and renown. They need to inspire fear and discord. Death. Why is the flame not... Wait, why is the flame not on? The flame is supposed to be on. I've never been in a tower without a flame on. Is this gonna... How else would they put the light in fight? In flight? Well, I think this is as far as I go. They've been trapped in Oblivion for ages. They've got little else to do than make stained glass. Are these the levers you were talking about, Levi? It seems rather... Do I have to go to the other tower, or is there another lever here? Other tower, but you can cross from one to the other. Ah. Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. Well, that seems pretty damn easy. Who wins between 10 men and 1 scamp? The 10 men, because the scamp submits. She's always about that. I mean, what? Okay. Now do I go back to the other tower? Oh, fuck me. Of course. That's the one that I want. Oh. If Talks starts a content house, it'll look like this. If I start a content house, we know what kind of house it'll be, Eggy. This isn't the right one. By house, you mean dungeon, and content, you mean chat your bait. Yeah. Yeah. True, Eggy. Who says it doesn't already exist? Ow, I hate these places. I hate these places. These places bad.
That's called hostile architecture.
True. Is this the right one? Please be the right one. Yes. It has to be the right one. Yes, okay, there's the flame. That's what we're looking for. We did it, guys. Oh, shit, and the game breaks. And then the game breaks. Okay, this is the first bug we've gotten, guys.
It's a feature.
It's a feature. Oh my god. I fucking love it. Oh, hey, get out of here. I'll find my way. Waste of Oblivion. It's there somewhere. This should reload it. Okay. I think it's had enough for one day. I think that's what it's telling us. Well, shit, I can't get to the top. I gotta go over and around still more. I'm not done? Fuck. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Oh shit. Thing did not like me. There does seem to be a lot of slightly unnecessary pathways in Oblivion. Ah, Fuck, I'm over encumbered. The enemy health bar thong only on the remastered. Thing, not thong. I think it's above your crosshair in the original. Isn't it like the thing that's like, you know, it goes like this? Like around the crosshair? Like it's kind of like an arc. And the smaller the arc, the... Yeah, that thing. Yeah. Fuck! Oh, I hit the scamp. That's okay. At least I got someone. Whoa! Trapped on both sides, motherfucker. What you gonna do? How? See, Levi's full of all of the best information you're gonna find. He knows what he's talking about. I know like 5 things. That's 5 things more than me, Levi. Oh, here's the Atronach. We showed that Atronach. Tronac, Pronac, bitch. Get some, motherfucker. Get some, bitch. Get some. Nice. Another Oblivion gate completed, people. We did it. Tis no more! Where are we going now? Over here? Sundercliff Watch? To the east? Bedrock Break. Damn, Fire Punch is really giving Dog Ningen vibes. Dog Human? Never heard of that one. '69 Conjuration! Called Dog, but Dog Ningen is the approved alternative title. Play a Bossmer. Wish there was a spell to make wolves friendly. You can summon, like, ghost wolves. Ooh, that was fucking close. Longsword of Embers. Ooh, that looks badass. Interesting. I find the once a day spell is a bit goofy though. You just wait. Just wait 24 hours, then you can use it again, right? Or do you have to sleep between it? I know, but a 60-second spell once a day doesn't seem worth it. Ooh, man, this thing attacks fast. Oh, shit. Can I enchant... Fortify strength. Spell absorption. Shit, I should have put the strength up on something else. Shit, I didn't realize I had a good necklace. Fire shield. Fortify willpower. There we go. Now we're OP as fuck, boys. Is that all that's here? I mean, it was a good haul for a very small place. It was a damn good haul. We got a ton of shit from here. Oh wait, there's still more because there's this. That's right. Because these are off the map. Or is this? Oh no, never mind. I'm dumb. Fuck it. Is what it is, right? But we're probably going to call it here. We're going to find one more dungeon or like area thing, and when we get there, we're going to call it. Eames needs go eats food, and that would be this Fort Goldthroat. So we will stop here for the night. And as always, everyone, thanks for sticking around, hanging out, having some fun. You know, we got through everything. We figured some shit out. We'll work on the third video of the reacts tomorrow, so it'll be kind of a slower react day. But we may also watch ASL tomorrow because the round of 4 is out. So need to watch us some ASL. Goblin Skirmisher. We got us a new enemy type, boys. Fuck yeah, let's go. Appreciate having had the chance to drop by. Yeah, it's always good to see you, Visceral. Do you are you streaming right now, or are you planning on streaming? Alright, let's save here. I'm gonna have to squeak out a little early, but appreciate you. Hell yeah, buddy. Sounds good. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, I was gonna set it up to pick up the writing.
Thank you for redeeming your dance.
Well, here we go.
Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. good you can rest now, babe.
Thank you, Smokey, for always being there for me when I need you the most. Whoops. Ninja Smokey coming out of the shadows with a chair redeem. Are you getting murdered by rats? It literally couldn't do any damage to me. Okay. Smokey knows how to have his timing, but hey guys, remember, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, you guys are awesome, you guys are the best, I fucking love you guys, we had a great day today, progress has been made, people have been, what's the word? Alleviated of their ideas, and the think tank has spread wide for all come here to spread their ideas. And of course, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Entertained? Are you entertained? Fort Goldthroat, isn't Goldthroat your name on Friday nights? True, Eggy, true! Not just Friday nights, though. My Friday nights. Well, I'm glad you were, Visceral. I always try to aim for entertainment. I sometimes get lost in the sauce, somewhere around there. But hey, it is what it is. I always try to stay on my feet and try to be at put on a show. I'm here, I'm the dancing monkey. I'm here to dance for your entertainment. That's why I do this. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see who's up and at her. Who's up and at her? Struggle is real on this one. Who do we go with? I think we're gonna go with this because this is new. I always like finding new people. Let's fucking go, boys. Give him the love, boys. Give him the love. What are we going for on here? Well, we know who we're